said they're going to refer to the items that's already in there.
Okay. You doing duty, right?
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving holiday weekend. The time is 9:07 a.m. Madam Clerk, I call this reconvene recess meeting back to order.
Yes, sir.
Madam Administrator.
All right, good morning, everybody. So we will hopefully start back on our budget for 2026, and hopefully we can reach a consensus and adopt our fiscal year 2026 budget today. Just to remind you, I know you've seen this slide many times, but just to give you a brief understanding of how we got where we are today. I know there have been many questions. Sometime I read the comments under articles and things of that nature. This is how we got where we currently stand. Yeah. So this is our general fund summary that kind of explains where we and how we got to the $21 million, I hate to say deficit, but out of balance by 21 million. Most of the questions that have been coming since our last meeting, we had a consensus on a number of items, but one of the items that there was not a consensus on, it's not necessarily a consensus on, but the respective millage increase, and then the other one was our non-governmental organizations. So what we're gonna do is just highlight some of the information, some of the questions that I've been getting regarding law enforcement fund. So this is how we got to the $6.8 million that is being requested or necessary to balance the law enforcement fund. As you see, 13.4, that's what we originally started with. I'll refer back to the net increase. As you see on here regarding the general fund summary, it was 13.4 that they were increased in for the sheriff's budget. When you look at that and you take off the original proposed revenue increases, the additional operating cuts, you had to add back in the body and flock camera contracts that was originally cut by finance. Then you reduce it by the 3% COLA to the 1%. Proposed positions to be defunded. That gave us the total budget increase for law enforcement, $6.8 million. So that's kind of where that came from regarding the 0.85 mil increase. That would take care of that respective budget increase. So again, this is how we got to the 13.4 million regarding the law enforcement fund. When you looked at the respective lap salaries, the COLA, of course, which was taken out, but this is the original slide that was shown. Cost allocations, gasoline, uniforms, all the respective equipment that's going to be necessary for the law enforcement fund to operate with the additional personnel. Okay. And then the other item that we did not get to address, of course, which the funds stay the same regardless, is our vegetation maintenance. We had the three options of how we wanted to proceed in regards to vegetation maintenance. And we looked at the three options, whether it was going to be a standalone department, whether it would be continue where it currently stands in our engineering department, or if it was going to be moved to Central Services Department. And basically, those are the things that we actually looked at and need to have further discussion. Everyone received the actual spreadsheet that we left off with, demonstrating the respective consensus that we had. I could bring that up, pull that up for us, but the floor is open for any respective discussion on any questions or concerns based on our last meeting.
All right, Madam Administrator, I'm sorry, I was distracted. I'm going to recognize a colleague from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Administrator Allen, go back to the law enforcement.
Oh, yes,
And
ma'am.
with the money, what we're trying to do with them is, how long, is this just a one-time increase we're trying to do with them? Or is this something that's going to last? Is it 12 months, 24 months, or is this, how are we going to get money to sustain what we give them?
So if a millage increase is approved, it will be continuous.
And then,
Those funds will continue to come in, I guess is what I'm saying, Commissioner Scott.
and when will they start?
They actually, the process is a little, you guys will have to come back and vote on this again in August. You know, as you always do when it's time to do the actual mill increase and the digest is sent to Atlanta, all of that. You have to actually take a vote on it then as well to actually do any increase to your mill or rollback or whatever you determine that is best for the organization. So it has to come back for a vote, a final vote, but you have to include it in your budget to show that you're going to balance the budget utilizing that.
Thank you.
Was that, okay.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Lonnie Wembley.
Just to make sure I understand what you just, Mr. Mayor, I want to speak to the administrator.
Yes, sir, proceed.
Just to understand the reply you just gave to Commissioner from District 9. When we vote on this, if we get the millage increase, when do this millage increase start?
It would actually start in 2026 when the tax bills are due. So it'd be implemented in your 2026 bills, tax bill.
Okay. So, but in order to continue this millage rate, we will have to vote on it again in August.
Yes.
We're starting in August with the process.
So what you're voting on with the budget is every measure that's necessary to balance your budget.
Got it.
But again, you will vote in August as part of the process that has to be voted on to make it solidify the actual respective increase, if that's what you guys determine you want to do.
So the increase we're going to give the sheriff right now, that's his base budget. So that will be his budget, base budget going here and forward if we approve it right now.
If you approve the millage increase, the 0.85 millage increase, or any millage increase?
The budget we're set for the sheriff.
That,
When we approve the budget today, we're setting the budget for all departments, am I correct?
that is correct, yes, sir.
And so when we set this budget today, if we set it today for the sheriff, that's his base budget. So either next time he'll either increase or decrease his budget based off what we need to balance the budget.
So when you approve the budget for us to proceed, it will be balanced based on that respective increase, if that's where you determine that you want to proceed.
That is correct.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm asking is, once we set his base budget, if we approve today, and we come back in August and start working on the budget, that will be his base budget, what we approve today, if we approve it today. And so we will either have to increase or decrease his budget, or will his budget automatically decrease because we just gave him the funds he needed for this budget?
So I think I see where you're going. It's two separate things. One is the millage increase itself, if that's what the governing body determines to do. That has to be voted on in August. We will start budget discussions for probably around August, before August, to try to give you guys some information on what needs to happen. But that won't, this budget that's approved will include you balancing the budget with the increase to a millage, if that's what's determined. I hope I'm making it clear. I'm trying, Commissioner Wembley.
I think I got it.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wembley. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Tony Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. In line with the commissioner from the 4th and the 9th, Madam Administrator, when we look at this overall budget, if it's approved, the mill rate is approved, and these funds are allocated to the law enforcement fund, but we have to come back in August to actually vote on a mill increase. In setting this 2026 budget, if this increase occurs, where are these funds now? Because we've already collected taxes for this year from the tax commission. So when will these funds be collected if we don't vote on it until August? So where would his funds come to operate for 2026?
He will still be able to operate for 2026 because you're going to have ups and downs in the budget process altogether. But at the end of the year, it will be balanced based on those funds coming in because the payments are due before the end of 2026.
So in essence, he would in fact basically have a line of credit until such time that the tax collection comes into play, and that will come from the general fund.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that we've voted for the tax increase, waiting on that money to come in, be collected by the tax commissioner, and then it would offset whatever.
That is correct.
That's how.
Yes, sir.
I think that was Commissioner from the 4th. I think that's in line with what he was asking. So that money would be readily available for the sheriff in 2026. It will be collected in 2026 if approved. The mill increase is approved, and then that money in turn will go back into the general fund from tax collection. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Yes, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards just to looking at all of this, so these are all the concessions that the sheriff's currently made, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's my understanding the sheriff is supposed to be coming in the next little bit to speak towards this. I know that there are some questions up here, so we may want to, hold on this discussion until he's able to be here and speak more towards this. I mean, I do appreciate the fact that he has gone from his initial request of over 13 million down to 6.8, but I still think that there is work that needs to be done. As far as the concessions from last week.
Yes, sir.
Do we have that?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's.
I'm sorry, that's the wrong one.
Well, it's all right. And I think we need to probably start here today because I was thinking and went back and watched some of the meeting, and the consensus that were taken up here did not include pretty much the entire body. So I think that if we were to take a vote right now on this, it would not pass because there are certain items that were consented and then other items were consented, but by different people. So it felt like we were making some progress last week, but I think that if we take a closer look at this, you'll see we're actually farther out than we think we are. So, Mayor, I'm not sure if we want to start here or if you, and actually, I do have one question, Mayor, for the attorney.
Yes, sir. Continue, Attorney Plunkett.
Attorney Plunkett, what happens if this body does not set a budget by December 31st?
Commissioner, there's not a lot of guidance in terms of case law on the issue, but I think basically is you're going to shut down the government because there's no budget to authorize payments from.
Yeah.
So you possibly could create a budget that is balanced maybe for essential services, but I think you're going to experience basically what the federal government just happened or maybe worse. Because there's nothing to authorize the payment of any expenditures by finance. So there's just nothing there. So I think that's your problem, that nothing happens.
Okay. Hopefully that's in the back of all of our minds as we're working today. Mayor, do you think it's appropriate for us to go back through these consented items to make sure that we're all still
Yes, sir, I think it's more than appropriate, but I see Commissioner from the 4th in the queue. Let's give
right.
him an opportunity to chime in, and we'll come back to you. Chair recognizes Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is back for the administrator again.
Okay.
In the past, we've been talking about law enforcement under the umbrella of public safety. And under the umbrella of public safety, we have to consider the courts. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. I might be missing something, but I don't see no emphasis placed on the courts. Everything the sheriff does affects the courts, and everything the courts does affect the sheriff. So how are we making sure that the courts are maintained so that they can perform? Because again, if the courts doesn't process cases, they stay in jail, more likely. And if the jail cannot get cases processed through the courts, then the jail become overfilled. So how are we handling the courts? I know we spoke a little bit about the courts, and you kind of like assured us that the courts were being taken care of. But I'm kind of wondering, because people keep telling me about, and I haven't seen it myself, the line of cases that are going around the courthouse on occasion because the courts are slowing up, and then the courts are being asked to cut personnel and cut budget. But the sheriff department is saying, is being told, increase the budget, hire personnel. How did that balance out?
So in our previous budget process for 2025, the sheriff's office provided a proposal to actually come up with a program to retain and recruit staff. That included increasing his salaries and making some respective adjustments in his personnel and organization. And as well as the district attorney came with the proposal, that was approved, as well as the sheriff's office was approved, as well as we worked with public defender to make sure that their respective salaries were in line. So I think I would say that with the previous budget process, we addressed some of their concerns in personnel. Also keep in mind, this process, during this process, I've also presented to you, rightfully so, the district attorney couldn't make any reductions because he's finally to the point where he said he's fully staffed. So I'm not sure about the courts. They would probably have to speak more to that, but I think what they've come and presented to you before, previously, they had been approved. The governing body found it necessary to approve it. We also have a 6-court Superior Court judge that's been included in this budget, and the respective personnel from the district attorney's office as well as the public defender's office has been included to make sure they have the support necessary.
You said the state court has been?
Yes, Superior Court judge.
I know that we're getting a Superior Court judge.
Yes.
I understand that. But you also have state courts. You have the clerk of court, and they all are part of the public safety umbrella. Are those courts being satisfied?
You would have to, I would defer that to them. They have been working very well with us in these reductions, and they understand where we currently are. I've not heard any major complaints from them as it affects their operation, but I think they would probably be best to answer that or address that, Commissioner Wimberly.
So there's no long line of complaints about our caseloads at the courthouse?
Oh, I'm sure they're probably that, but I'm saying as far as the budget and the impact of the budget and what we're doing in regards to the reduction in the budget line item with those respective offices. I've not heard a line of complaints. As it relates to anything else, that's a operational process that I think our chief judge, Superior Court judge, and or their court administrator would have to address.
For the state courts?
Superior Court judge, or I might have misspoke. Superior Court judge or our court administrator would have to address.
Yeah, Madam Administrator, I see we have the sheriff's office. The sheriff is here and they're represented. Is there any way we can get representation from the courts just to satisfy Commissioner Wimberly's concerns or,
I would have to know which courts we referring to.
would it be the court administrator well, he's the Superior Court, right?
Exactly right.
Commissioner Wimberly, is there any court particular? Because we would certainly reach out and see if we can get him come today.
A lot of your caseloads are going to state court, to your solicitor, and of course, all of the cases are processed through the clerk of court. So that's what my concern was, because I know we talked about it, and matter of fact, I think it was District 5 who pulled up some of the concern about the courts. And I just was trying to pick up on that because I didn't understand how the courts was being satisfied with their budget, and knowing that we need to satisfy the sheriff to try to empty his jails out. So are they going to be able to work to do that? That's my concern.
Yeah. I would ask that, could we get the clerk of courts, a representative, as well as state court, chief judge, and also the Solicitor General's office to see if they can get a representative here to make sure that we're addressing their concerns and their needs? I see Jasmine walking in the back to do that. All right, we're going to see if we can get someone here, Commissioner from the 4th. We're going to go through the queue. Commissioner Stacy Pulliam from the 2nd. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Administrator Allen, my questions are more for points of clarity. The now $6,879,280, that's going to be a yearly cost, or will that be a yearly cost? That budget increase, or is that just for this year?
It's going to be for us to balance for 2026, of course, but I can't say what's going to happen for the following year because the budget, again, is a living document.
Okay.
So things change during the year.
So once we have that amount in place, unless the sheriff's office requests a decrease, are we going to be able to decrease that amount? 2027, 2028, 2029?
That's a good question. That's probably more of a legal question. So I probably defer to our general counsel in regards to the reduction of a constitutional officer's budget and the process if necessary. If I could, Commissioner Pulliam.
Yes, absolutely. Attorney Plunkett, if you could refer back, I believe there was, yes, I'd like to hear your response.
So I think as a practical matter, you're going to be rolling this year's budget to 27 to people to jump off of that number for 27. If the commission desires to reduce the budget of a constitutional officer or arguably an elected officer, the recourse for them is to seek guidance or protection from the courts to make sure that the commission adequately funds their budget to be able to carry out their statutory duties. I think we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. It's the same idea as that if you cut the budget, 50% and the sheriff can't do their jobs, they can seek the courts to say that you need to adequately fund our operations. What that number is, and I think you and I actually had a little bit of an exchange over, is there an actual matrix that we could say, are we adequately funding? I don't know of a matrix that we could look to. I think that's going to be the argument in the courts that we have provided adequate funding to the sheriff or whoever that may be, saying it is not adequate, and the courts would make a determination. So you could reduce, but you may find yourself being in some type of litigious nature. Okay. Usually it stops before that happens. I mean, it has occurred, obviously, in the state, but usually there's some negotiations prior to one party filing suit over this issue.
Okay, so it's going to be a couple of questions after this. Administrator Allen, have we forecasted how we will say it stays the same or goes or increases? Have we forecasted where that funding will come from? Past 2026, 2027?
So if it hypothetically, if it stays the same and the request from the sheriff's office remains the same and we have the same revenue pot, it wouldn't be a, wouldn't be a change that you'd have to forecast any additional dollars to come in to supplement it, I guess is what it is. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Pulley?
No, ma'am.
So if you increase your revenue source and it's enough revenue that's been increased to offset this respective expense, you should not have to look at any other revenue source to do that. I mean, do we?
So we're increasing the millage rate to fund this, correct?
If you determine, or you decide to increase the mill, you're doing it to offset the budget deficit.
Okay. And so with that being said, that's going to offset the budget deficit for 2026.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
That's
okay.
correct.
So what happens in 2027 and 2028?
It's going to be determined by this governing body. If you determine that you want to change the mill increase or you want to do any respective changes to it, that would determine what expenses or revenues that will be brought into the organization. If everything stays the same, you wouldn't have to worry about changing anything else. You should not have to, I guess is what I'm saying. But I can't guess what's going to happen with the governing body. The governing body may choose to do something else as it relates to the mill increase that might affect 2027. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard for me to respond to that.
Mm-hmm. And so my line of questioning is out of understanding the obligation of this government. So I would like to go back to Attorney Plunkett, Mayor Johnson, if I may.
Continue, Attorney Plunkett.
Thank you. So Attorney Plunkett, how does SB 286 apply to this? That's an anti-defund police bill that was passed, I believe, back in 2021. And it speaks upon, I mean, in my research, it looks as though we can't decrease the sheriff's budget or law enforcement's budget by less than 5%. So if, in fact, we have to abide by that, if we are now saying that we're going to increase it by this amount, but we find ourselves in 2027, 2028, not being able to meet this obligation that we are now putting upon ourselves, how would that come into play? And that's based off of your earlier explanation.
Ms. William, I don't know specifically, how that statute would impact our budget discussions today. I can try to find an answer during the day for you. The issue, I think, though, is the defunding. If my memory is true, is that basically there's two things: is that when a county funds or decreases a budget in the law enforcement area, or any other type of constitutional elected person, you're making adjustments to their budget. You're not directly impacting employed people. In other words, you're not saying you need to let go X number of people. On a defunding issue of the police, I don't think it would be applicable here because the negotiations between the sheriff and the county commission are coming up to an agreed to, or hopefully an agreed to amount. I think the statute that you're referring to is that when there is just a one-sided decrease is applicable. But again, I'm not particularly familiar with it, but I can try to get familiar with it in the next hour or so for you to give you an answer.
Okay, that would be great.
So
Thank you.
Send a couple of text messages real quick.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Commissioner Garrett, we're going to go back to you, sir. I think it's now time to address the question you had regarding the consensus items from our previous meeting.
Well, the sheriff's actually in the room now, and I know that before I started speaking earlier, there were some questions regarding the sheriff's budget. So I'd like to yield my time to those questions that were being asked before.
You got it. Sheriff, Chief Blanchard, you guys are more than welcome to come up. I think there were some questions, or if there's any comments you'd like to make before the questions, we'd certainly welcome them. Good morning, Sheriff, and thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you all for having me.
All right. Questions for the sheriff and the sheriff's request? Any questions regarding any of the adjustments he's made to his budget, which are here outlined on the screen? We would certainly entertain them at this point. Chair recognizes the commissioner from the first, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Sheriff.
Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well. Just a quick question. If we don't give you this increase, are you able to arrest us?
No, sir. That's not how it works.
Okay, just double checking. All right. Just want to start the conversation off. Thank you, sir.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the third, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Good morning. Good morning,
Good morning.
Chief and Sheriff. So with y'all's budget being a 90% increase, most of it's out of your control as far as what the medical inmate. Can you elaborate?
All right. So healthcare costs has increased, as you all know. Like we've had to either one, absorb the health care that's going to be passed on to the county or the employees of the county. And when we have 1,300 plus inmates that we have to provide health care for, I mean, it's just the nature of the business. Like when those increases go up, I mean, it increases for every inmate that we have housed in our jail. So that's the reason for the increase. If the healthcare was going down and we came in and we asked for more money for healthcare, it would seem as if that wouldn't align with what we're asking. But because there is a noticeable increase when it comes to healthcare, and we must provide healthcare for these inmates, then that's why we have the increase.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
I was really disappointed to hear my colleague from the first mention that most of us up here are far too pretty to go to jail. But so I'm glad to hear that we're not going to be arrested if we're not able to fund all of this. And Sheriff, I just want to say I appreciate the fact that you have already made some concessions in regards to your original ask of the 13.4. We're down to 6.8. Out of this 6.8, is there any other room here for us to work from? I mean, you've heard these conversations for the last many weeks, so you see the position that we're all in. I think that we're all trying to get to a place where, we're not placing a huge burden on the taxpayers, but we also hear the taxpayers, especially in the survey that they filled out, saying that public safety was their number one concern. So we do hear that. So I'm just asking. I come from a marketing background, so if you don't ask, you don't know the answer. So just.
Well, I understand it's definitely a tough position to be in. I'm a taxpayer also, and I didn't like the fact that in 2024, the school board was able to raise our taxes by 19%, but I had to pay it, which drove up the price on 2 properties that I own. And I wasn't even given the opportunity to say whether I agree with it or not. I mean, they just raised it twice. But they did what was necessary to keep our schools rolling. So a lot of times, some of the things that we're faced with doing, and we have to make decisions, they may not be popular decisions, but we have to do what's necessary to make sure that we are keeping our community safe and we're doing what's best for the community.
Well,
and not
I think
always doing what's popular.
Well, understood. But I think, as you and I both know, there's far more emphasis placed on what this commission body does than what our school board. I mean, when you have school taxes taking 65% of our tax bills each and every year, and it may be mentioned one time in some news stories, but, day after day after day, the media's out there just blasting us because we can't make a decision on trying to come up with real solutions to a budget shortfall here. It's not that we don't want to make the tough decisions, Mayor or Sheriff. It's that truly we don't want to place any additional burden. I mean, the burden's already been placed there. I homeschool my kids. I sure do not want to be paying school taxes. I think that is one of those things that, when you look at the operating budget, I mean, even going back to the reason why we're in this position, I mean, this government received $82 million in ARP funds compared to, I think, $120 million for the school board.
Right.
And very few news stories out there about that one either. So I think that, once again, there's a narrative out there that it's this body that is causing the problems on our tax bills. And that's not the case. You can look at the history. Ms. Allen has showed us repeatedly that we have not raised taxes since really 2014. And that has been an ongoing thing. And I think that speaks, I'm quite proud of that. I hear from some colleagues that say, well, we should have been, edging that up a bit. But I'm fiscally conservative by nature, and I am proud of the fact that we've been able to hold those millage rates back. That doesn't mean that our tax bills haven't gone up, because Lord knows our home values have increased since 2020. I don't think any of us could have seen that coming. But the work that we're trying to do here and budgeting for this as well, like I said, I'm gonna go back to my question. Is there any room here for you?
Well, every place that we've looked, and we've looked through our budget again since we came here last week, and basically what we've given is, like I said, what we need, not anything that we specifically want. But this is what we feel we need to continue to provide the citizens in Richmond County with the best law enforcement presence that they can have. And I think you all may have some statistics to back that up. Have we submitted? Yes. Excuse me.
So, just going off of some, and I'm not going to give them exactly right because I don't see the screen at this time, but here's the kind of the bottom line. If you go through and you look at the lapse account, that's to fill, because we've done a great job. The sheriff's done a great job of bringing in the employees. That's $3 million. It's out of our control, as they'll tell you. The health insurance that this county board purchases has raised our budget $2.5 million. That's out of our control. That's the health insurance that you provide for our employees. The health insurance for the inmates has gone up. We have 300 more people in our jail on a daily basis that we now have to feed. That's gone up. And then all of our contracts for, yes, sir.
Chief, I'm gonna ask you, Madam Administrator, can you put that slide up as the chief
Yeah, that
is
would be
talking
great.
to it? That'd be awesome. Let's put that slide up so we could walk through that as he's discussing. I think you gotta go.
Oh, you're fine.
There we go. All right, Chief, we got some illustration for you, as well as, is there another handout that's coming?
Yeah, they're sending you one. So the lapsed salary increase is completely out of our control. Personnel increases that you actually gave us $3.25 million last year to increase. We've even lowered it down to 2.63 this year. The original request from the sheriff was 3.25 with another 3.25 this year, just to get us to where we were going to be. We've done away with that 3.25 and gone down to 2.6. Our employee health benefits, out of our control. Our prisoner costs, we've done everything we can, but if we cut any more in prisoner costs, we're just going to end up with lawsuits. So there's no more room in prisoner cost. Our non-capitalized equipment, most of those things are going to be our contracts. If we start doing away with technology, for example, our flock cameras, they've solved 5 murders this year. The stats in front of you will show, I believe it's 17 less people have been murdered and 16 less people have been killed in auto crashes this year. So at the end of the day, we can play a little bit with gasoline, we can play a little bit with uniforms, but we sat down with the administrator, we sat down with everybody else, we went through it. Basically, we are a product of a successful sheriff and a successful sheriff's office that has done a great job of lowering the crime, and we've got more people in our jail, and we're paying fair salaries now. So we've already cut, the previous administration before the sheriff cut 60 positions. We gave up 52 last year, and we gave up another 30 this year. We used to have over 800 positions in the sheriff's office. We're down to below 650. I mean, enough's enough. I don't know what else to say. I
Look,
promise you,
I can see that you're getting upset.
No, I'm not upset at all because I understand y'all are doing a great job.
I am asking the questions that we're getting asked, and so I'm
I was
just
just letting you know, there's unfortunately 90% of what we're looking at for those increases, and they will agree to it. It's not the sheriff requesting it. We can't do anything about those increases.
Absolutely.
They're just out of our control. The health insurance and all has gone up.
And the same is true for us
And
for countywide. I mean,
one last thing just from Lewis Blanchard. Y'all have done a great job working with us. I'm not upset about anything. We understand, we get it, but basically we looked at every single thing line item to line item. And unless we start cutting, like responding to burglar alarms again, unless we start cutting the downtown development where we've put police officers on the streets and got it under control and all those things, there's nothing left to cut.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Commissioner Garrett, you still, well, Commissioner Garrett, you out of the queue. Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th. You have the floor, sir.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody had a great Thanksgiving holiday. Sheriff, Chief Blanchard, appreciate you all coming. And I appreciate you all, number one, standing tall on the commitment that you made when you came in office. You know, it's easy to sit and poke holes and make judgment when you really don't have the facts in front of you. I mean, this is the fruits of your labor right here and the benefits of what our community receives on a consistent basis from what your department, what your men and women do on a consistent basis each and every day for our community. Whether everybody took the survey or not, the survey still had the overwhelming priority that public safety and the emphasis of ensuring that that was taken serious and seeing a difference in it. Y'all are showing the difference. Okay, so this is not, and I want to make sure that every first responder, every man or woman that serves in the courts and otherwise understands this is not the commission stating that what you all do and provide is insufficient. Sheriff, you're showing that what you all are doing is very, very valid and effective. What we're up against right now is determining how to be very responsible carriers of these dollars. You've gone in here, you and your team have gone in here numerous times and consistently cut. Even with the initial proposed cuts, you all presented that and found a way of doing that. You've also gone back again and found other ways that you can further cut into this. So we can continue kind of nickel and diming this, but at the end of the day, and I'm gonna go against what one of my colleagues said earlier about property tax increases. The school board does their property tax increases. We have not. And just like everything in the world consistently rises from a cost perspective, it's going to continue happening that way. And we're going to have, if we don't have the revenue to balance all of these competing priorities, then we're going to continue running into this issue. So we're dealing with this, and it's come to a head that we don't have another choice but to really deal with this head on. We have to find a way of building sustainability, but we also have to find a way of having a holistic conversation. And first of all, if anybody says that Lady Justice doesn't move rapidly, just look at how fast these folks from the courts got over here to us. You all got here on a moment's notice, and we thank you all for that for sure. But I think this brings to head what we really need to do. We need to have a holistic conversation that encompasses all of this. We're talking about this stuff in pieces, and we got to stop doing it. We'll talk to the sheriff, but guess what? The sheriff has only one piece of that. The courts have another piece of it. At the end of the day, just like what we're doing with this budget, we have to go through everything that we have that impacts one another, that has cause and effect. We got to holistically address this stuff. All right, but at the end of the day, trying to piecemeal what the sheriff does, what the courts does, and all this kind of stuff, let's have that conversation, but let's have it in the right context. All right? I don't have a question about what you all are doing. Okay? You all are showing us, and you all have provided with your numbers, not with you up here telling us what more you're going to do and all that. So anybody that wants to create another narrative saying, oh, we're just increasing something only for the sheriff. No, we're increasing something for the continued safety of our communities, period. And that needs to also go into the conversation of how can we also benefit and support our court systems so that they can continue doing their portions. But let's stop this narrative of dividing. This is not a us versus them. This is a how do we make it better for everyone involved in Augusta, Richmond County, period. Commissioner Wimmerly brought up a good point as far as identifying what more support we need from the courts. We got some representatives from them so that we can get an understanding of that. But at the end of the day, this is not a you versus the courts or us versus any of you all. This is a how do we make this sustainable and better for everybody involved, point blank, period. Now, that's Don Clark's perspective. If there's others that's going to create a narrative, shame on them, but that's their perspective to do that. But at the end of the day, we have to determine how do we take the dollars that we have available to us right now or make the decision of how do we generate additional revenue to pay for what it is that we have in place right now. But I will tell everybody this. This is only the very beginning of what we have to do. This $21 million deficit, okay, yeah, it's in front of us. At the end of the day, we need to go through this thing by the inches. We have too much legacy remnants of things that are stuck in the budgets that we need to freaking clean up. And right now, what you all are seeing happening in real time is the commission doing what we should do. Right-size this thing to where we can build the sustainability to manage it. We can no longer keep saying this is the way it's always been, this is how it's always been. Enough with that. You signed up to run for sheriff because you wanted to bring the change, and you're bringing the change. The same difference with any of the rest of us. But we got to get in here and we got to do the right thing. But we got to do it in a manner that brings this holistically and stop piecemealing this stuff thinking we're going to fix it like that. We can't do anything without you, and the courts can't do anything without all of us working together. All right, so I know, Mr. Mayor, we're gonna give the courts an opportunity to say some things. Again, Sheriff Brantley, you guys have gone through this over and over, and we're really kind of being repetitive. At the end of the day, we gotta make the decision. We're either gonna increase the rate so that we can generate more revenue, make other additional cuts in some of these other programs like the NGOs or otherwise, but continue to piecemeal the employees. I'm gonna tell you right now, my stance is always gonna be with the employees and the staff that we have. And I'm not going to get rid of our staff or keep demeaning them to have to keep hearing us over and over, make it seem like they're not worthy enough of what they're doing on a consistent basis. Folks, we gotta make the decision. We're either gonna increase the rate, we're either going to make these cuts from these organizations that are not directly tied to our operations. But listen, pulling everybody all over the place, we can have the conversations, and I'm not saying we don't need to, but we need to keep the conversation about what it needs to be about. That means identifying where the heck are we going to get the dollars on doing it. If we have something that's prioritized, identify what's essential and identify what we can make in a staggered approach towards doing it. But I don't have a problem with what you guys are doing at all. And I just need you to understand that. But I need us to understand and the public to understand it's essential that we do this. This is long overdue that we go through the digging of this. All right? So you all have said that you've looked again, and everything that you have is pretty much at a point of essential aspect. We'll give the courts an opportunity to say the same thing, but also bring some things to light that many of us need to understand as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. There are some colleagues in the queue, Sheriff. Just sit tight. We'll see if these questions are relevant to you. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the first, Commissioner George Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to pass the offering plate. Anybody got a cup we can pass around to take up an offering? But no, I agree with what Commissioner Clark has said. I think it's well overdue that we do this in the public light so that the people can see how the sausage is actually made. It's not an easy process, and it's not a pretty process, but it's the legislative process. And it's good that we're doing it in a transparent way. I have two questions. The first is to the sheriff. With some of the expenditures that we see, is there room for any of these costs to be phased? First quarter, second quarter, or, first year, second year? Is there any room for us to adopt a phased approach until we can figure out additional revenue?
Well, like we stated, all of the increases have basically been because of healthcare and different things of that nature that are somewhat out of our control. Everything that we do on a daily basis, we, actually need to, do the sheriff's office business. And so everything we gave, all the cuts were, we made them up front and said, this is the bare necessity, bare minimum of what we need to, do business.
Yes, sir. Okay. I wanted to ask someone from the courts to answer this question, and it's aligned with the sheriff's office as well. Sometime last year, we created the jail population committee to try to get a handle on this, and everyone who's in this room was very helpful in that conversation. The sheriff's office, I don't think, missed a single meeting. No one from the courts missed a meeting. It was a pretty productive session, but we stopped in April. And so I wanted to get an idea as to where we are there, because I understand that we have increased medical costs in the jail, and there's still a substantial amount of overcrowding there. So I want to know where we stand with clearing that backlog or clearing the jail population so that some of these costs could potentially come down. Are we able to kind of speak on where we are with some of the efforts that was proposed through those meetings? Maybe Nolan or Mr. Jackson or anybody?
Is anybody prepared to speak regarding Sheriff?
I was going to say, we've reached out to Mr. Jackson and asked to continue those meetings as soon as possible.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that people don't understand about the jail and the judicial system. We actually have a lady that's been in our jail for almost 9 years now. Mm-hmm. Eight years and 10 months that she's been sitting in the jail. We've been feeding and taking care of her. And if you do the math on how much it costs to maintain her in that jail, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But because of other organizations that deal with mental health and competency and things like that, even when it comes to the judicial system, the process, the judges wanting to help. We just spoke with Judge Wright this morning. And a lot of the things that they want to do or we would like to do, we can't do because a lot of them, require mental health care and they have to be restored back to competency. And it takes over 300 plus days to get one eval on a lot of the mental health people that we have. And a lot of times they are found, once they're restored to competency, before they get to trial, they have to go back to the hospital again. They're out of competency. So a lot of things are out of our control and are, quite frankly, out of the control of the judges, and we are at the mercy of mental health facilities. And we don't have the mental health facilities to deal with the amount of mental health patients and people that we have in our facility. Yep. And so they just sit there.
So on the population conversation, I know Mr. Jackson has his hands full, and I'm not gonna go into detail there, but he has his hands full. And around the time that, the population committee stopped is when his hands got full. So we'll revisit the jail population conversation about how to get those meetings going again, because I think that is crucial. It's gonna be a very crucial conversation. Last question is about the contract for the medical. Was this the lowest contract that you all found, the one that you want to change over to?
Well, the lowest contract that we had, the medical provider that we have right now is the lowest in the state, probably in any state.
I guess
But
we get what we're paying for too.
But we also get the worst service
Yeah, get what we
out of
pay
any
for.
medical provider. And I hate to stand up here and say that, but that's just where we are. I get complaints all the time where my son's not getting his medicine. The nurse talked to my son, told him, well, I don't care, I hope you this and that. And I mean, so we basically are getting what we pay for.
Yeah.
And I feel like if we got slightly better service, then they would get slightly better care, and then the cost of them running out and us having to send them to the hospital. Some of the medical providers now provide a lot of the services that we have to send out for that they'll be able to do in-house that will save some of the costs of transportation, watching the inmates, and, you know, the things that come with the cost of taking care of them. So those are some of the things that, you know, come with better health care providers. Some of the things that we have to send out for, we'll be able to do in-house. And we will, at some point, see in the long run that it's more beneficial to do it that way than to every time they have to get a tooth pulled or they have to go here, go there. We have an inmate that we have to take to Savannah for treatment. We have one we have to take to North Augusta for chemo twice a week. So a lot of these things, you know, we may be able to do in-house, and that would help drive the cost down in, you know, at some point.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner London, 1 minute from the floor.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
First off, I think you're doing a great job. And my comments are not necessary to cut your budget, but to ensure that we get an efficiency service. And what I'm looking at, you're doing a great job in providing that service. But you're part of a process, and that is the public service. And you just talked about having an inmate for 8 years.
Almost 9.
Almost 9 years. And you can't do anything about that unless medical or some other intervention take place to help you out. Am I correct?
Well, with that inmate, I don't know exactly if it's medical or like really what's going on with her. I've mentioned her to Judge Wright on maybe 1 or 2 other occasions. And it seems like the ones who are in jail the longest would be the ones that we, you know, potentially could move. But for whatever reason, we locked up someone that was on the run earlier this year for 2 years. He's already gone to trial and he's off to prison. So some things I don't, you know, understand as to how the cases are moved the way they are, but there's a lot of things. Sometimes if it's a major case where the death penalty may be involved and they go through a long process and they keep pushing the case back and different things like that. So, and I don't know if that's one of the cases, but there are a lot of different factors when it comes to court and when it comes to appeals that once, you know, they file an appeal, they just sit for another year or so before it's heard.
But having said all that, one of the things that will help you and your overcrowdedness, and I'm not a fan of building more jails, but one of the things that will help you in your crowdedness, I believe, is the courts, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're part of the process. I mean, we have a job to do. They have a job to do, you know, but, you know, my job and our job is not as tedious and as difficult as the job that they have at times.
Okay, and having said that, my concern is when we're speaking of your budget, we speak of it under public safety. And when we talk about the courts, then the courts are identified as being under public safety. So my concern is to ensure that the courts are funded enough to support you in you doing your duties of arresting and getting to court on time, and so that they can go through the process. So that's one of my concerns, is making sure that the courts are able, meaning that they're manned, they have the funds to get some of those cases off the docket, so to speak. So when I speak about your funding, I'm not only talking about your funding, I'm talking about what's in there for the courts, so that they'll be able to support you if it's under public safety umbrella. So.
Yes, sir. But what we do has nothing to do with how they do business. You know, like ultimately we all have to do our job as, you know, individual entities. Me as the sheriff, I have to do my job, and the judges and the court system has to do their job. But the budget that I'm speaking of and the things that we're pointing out here today directly affects the sheriff's office, our employees, our buildings, our vehicles, and things of that nature. So this just involves the sheriff's office. It has nothing to do with the judicial branch.
And you're doing a great job. But my concern is when it's put under one umbrella, and I don't see really where the funds are to support you, because I see the courts as part of your support mechanism to keep your jails from being overcrowded. That's where I see it.
Well, the jails have been overcrowded for years.
For years, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not you overcrowding the jail, it's that the jails are overcrowded, period.
Right.
Okay. So that's my concern. And thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. From the fourth, Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sheriff, thank you for coming before us, as well as the courts and the DA. I see DA Jared Williamson just showed up. You know, my colleague from the first talked about the jail population committee, and actually we listened to the judicial side of what to remedy the jail population. That was to support the DA to hire more prosecutors, in which we did that. And if you look at their budget from 2024 to what it is proposed for this year, it increased right at $5.8 million for the whole judicial. So we are supporting them on that. But what impresses me about, you know, the sheriff's doing his job by making sure that people get arrested and given due process. We was hoping to find a solution by hiring more prosecutors to get the people in and out. But what I'm seeing is, Sheriff, you actually originally asked for $13.5 million, and you reduced it down to 6.8.
Yes.
We appreciate that. You cut 50 positions last year. You cut an additional 30 positions this year. That's strong, but you still maintain it. But I just wanted to tell you thank you for doing an exceptional job, as well as our court system is. But we have been supportive of both the sheriff and the court system over these years. So I don't think we're showing favoritism from one to another, but if we don't have safe streets, we have issues, we have problems. We've seen this in the past, and that's my concern. I don't want to go back. So thank you, and thank y'all for showing up.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. District 1, Commissioner Jordan Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask the district attorney to come up?
Yeah, you know, we talk about keeping the courts moving. We got most of the court folks here, so we're gonna give everybody a few minutes. District Attorney Jared Williams.
It feels different because, you know, we're up behind the dais and they're out in the gallery now. So it's like, you know, we can hold them in contempt of commission if we wanted to, right?
I'm a lowly lawyer. I'm used to having to submit.
Listen, I'm just trying to break up just trying to keep everybody smiling this morning.
Hey, Commissioner,
yes,
right,
sir.
Before you start, since the DA is here.
Yes, sir.
And I mentioned the young lady that's been in our jail for almost 9 years. And I couldn't give them an adequate answer as to why we hadn't been able to move her via trial or whatever. But I was telling them that a lot of the cases they have to have competency hearings and things of that nature that are out of our control and out of you all's control. But I was just gonna say maybe you could shed some light as to why we hadn't been able to move her out of our jail after almost 9 years.
Yep, that was the line of question I was getting ready to go to, because I know I asked the questions about the jail overcrowding, and I don't think that this conversation is going to get us where we want to go budget-wise, but I think it's good for us to have it since we have time to have it publicly. And again, we're going to get those committees going again. We need to get those committees restarted. But the question I was asked before you got here, District Attorney Williams, was, we've been meeting to discuss the jail population. The meetings were going well. Things happened and we had to pause for a second. However, the question is still there as to what needs to be done to be able to decrease the amount of individuals who are at our county jail, because as you see, the health care costs are going up, the staffing costs is going up, even the maintenance costs are starting to go up because of who we have in our jail and what's going on. So my question is, if we know that these are the issues and we've been talking about this for the better part of a year, what needs to be done moving forward outside of getting the meetings going again for us to get a handle on the population? We appreciate what everybody's doing, and I know that giving you the increase that you requested has helped move things along, but we still kind of seem bottlenecked. So what do you think is one of the things that we need to be doing to get a handle on this so that we can see costs decrease, see lives change, XYZ?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. The first thought that comes to mind is to accept ownership of where the problem lies in our jail. Because I don't see this as a misdemeanor problem. I don't see it as a low-level case problem. It's a felony, serious violent felony problem. And I review warrants on a daily basis, and sometimes it is the low-level person who's just sitting there and can't afford a bond. When you lock up a homeless person, guess what? You're either gonna leave them in there and you're gonna house them and you're gonna be their shelter, or you're gonna let them go and then you'll probably end up locking them up again, and that's cyclical, and we know that. But then there are also the serious violent felonies. If the sheriff is alluding to who I think he is, that lady was charged with a capital offense, and her case was tied up to a death penalty trial. And the death penalty is infamously slow and ineffective. It typically takes years and years, close on to a decade, to try and resolve by trial a death penalty trial. Those trials usually take 3-4 weeks just to pick the jury. But if we're talking about the same person, then that case is actually set for trial next year, I believe in February. But that's the problem with that specific one. But I think what we miss when we talk about this jail population, not everyone that's in there needs to be there. Not everyone that's in there needs to be sitting as long as they are. And so we need to have a process where a judge can call those cases to court earlier in the process. You shouldn't have to wait until your case is put into trial status for you to have the opportunity to say, hey, I did the thing, I just want to get out of jail, let me take my punishment and move on, right? So that's a big piece of it. The other, and I think larger piece, is that the higher level felonies, the serious violent felonies, take a lot of time to litigate. They take a lot of time to get to a place of trial, and we cannot try our way out of a backlog, because at best, if every judge tried a case every week of the year, each judge would move 52 cases. That's not enough. You can't try your way out of this. And so, to your point, Commissioner Johnson, I believe that we need to stop doing what we've always done and try something different. We should get judges involved in the process earlier at the warrant stage. We should have opportunities to resolve cases. You should go into resolution status long before you go into trial status, because we know that by the numbers, 90-some-odd% of the cases are going to end in resolution, not in trial. So let's stop posturing and let's do what we know is best to move these cases along. I will say this. We're reaping what we sow in this government, where if you do not have the proper provisions for your sheriff's staff, if you don't have the proper provisions for the court staff and for the prosecutor's offices, for the public defender's office, for the clerk's office, if you try to nickel and dime that, then what you end up with is not enough staff, not the right staff. We are, just to go back to the ask that we made, we requested 12 positions. I believe the proposed budget is granting us 6. So whatever dollar amount that it was that we've been awarded, that's half of what we had requested. Similar to how the sheriff has cut his ask in half. But at the end of the day, we've got to be thinking, how do we put the people in place and give the opportunities for every law enforcement agency and every public safety agency to be properly funded? That problem's not going to go away. We're going to have to put our noses to the grindstone and do the hard work. And I appreciate this body for taking the time to listen to my thoughts on this. I do want to share this as well, because I think this gets missed when we talk about law enforcement public safety in Richmond County. A lot of our offices are provisioned for our constituency, 220 some odd people, right? But we are the nucleus of the CSRA. And so our metro area is closer to 650,000 people. And most people come to work here, almost all people come to play here and shop here and hang out here. And that is how we end up serving not just Richmond County, but all of our surrounding areas. And so that impacts what the sheriff's asked to do. It impacts what the courts and the prosecution offices and public defender office are asked to do. And so we've got to be thinking not just, what's the right number for the amount of people who live in Richmond County, but what's the right number for the amount of work that we actually have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, District Attorney Jared Williams. We've been talking about the courts, and I think we have every court shut down in Augusta, Richmond County here. Chief Judge John Flythe, is there anything you'd like to add to the context of this conversation? The Commissioner from the 4th, if you will.
A couple of comments.
Okay.
Any questions you have. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here, I think. But I appreciate y'all giving us this opportunity. I want to hit on a couple of issues. And I have to be very careful because I can't talk about individual cases, so I might speak in some generalities.
And thank you very much, because this is more of a budget discussion. We don't need to discuss specific cases. Thank you for making that note. Thank you.
But there was a question that came up about this bond issue and folks were in jail. And I can count dozens of situations where I have granted bond to someone, perhaps in a drug trafficking case. And very shortly thereafter, I'm signing search warrants for that same individual for his next set of drug trafficking cases. So our jail is not full of serious violent felons or alleged violent felons, but also of folks who get charged, sheriff puts them in jail, we grant a bond because they meet the bond criteria. We're aware of the pressures on the sheriff. There are probably some instances where myself and my colleagues grant bond to folks who maybe we don't feel real sure about. We put them on electronic monitoring, and they're breaking right back into the jail. It's a problem. And so in addition to the 50 or so murders that we have a year, the majority of which will be jury trials, and sometimes not just 50, there may be co-defendants, and those co-defendants may be separate trials for each co-defendant. That is 5 or 6 judges worth of trials, really, before you start getting to other classes of serious crimes. So the bond issue is real. The jail population is something that we deal with every single day. We have, DA Williams mentioned some issues about early handling of cases. We have gone to a warrant assignment system, so every time a warrant is filed, it is assigned to a judge. That is new, probably the last 9 months or so. I've got our subject matter expert, Nolan Martin, who y'all are very familiar with, on budget issues and really everything else. But we have daily meetings about these types of issues, the ways to be more efficient, to move more cases, and the ways to save taxpayer money. We are serious about this. And I think there are fruits of these discussions and these efforts amongst all of us. We are clearing more cases than are being made, but we still have a big task ahead of us. So we've got warrant assignment starting January. All the judges on the Superior Court bench will be doing their own bond hearings and own arraignments. The reasoning behind this, from my perspective, is it allows the judge and his DA and his public defenders to meet at the earliest possible moment in an arraignment session, instead of just wasting that opportunity of having everyone in the same room, to give us a meaningful opportunity to resolve maybe some of the lower level matters. We don't want those folks in jail. And so I think that we have seen some from fruits of our efforts. I think that starting in the first of the year, we're going to have other efficiencies in place. And so I'm certainly happy to answer any questions y'all have.
Thank you, Judge. Hold on just a second. Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th. Madam, you have the floor.
Mayor Johnson, I'll wait. I would like for DA Williams to come back and talk to us about the public safety cuts. But I can wait till you go through the course, but I would like for him to come back, please.
Okay.
At the appropriate time, sir.
All right. Attorney Plunkett, I'm going to ask for your input on that. Is this an appropriate time to talk about cuts relative to our budget discussions?
I may be putting words for Ms. Scott's mouth, but I think what she was saying is, does anyone have any conversations or questions for Judge Flythe, and then to bring the DA back up. Right. I think this is all appropriate conversation about budgets.
You got it. All right. Thank you so much. Judge Flythe, I don't see anyone else in the queue. DA Williams, if you come back, and I see Chief State Court Judge Kelly, Kenny McIntyre, I see the Solicitor General, I see the Clerk of Courts represented, I think I see Accountability Court. Someone representing Accountability Board? Administrator's Office, all right. So we're going to get to all you guys very briefly.
Before I sit down, I want to thank y'all. I know y'all have got a difficult task. We are team players in this, and we're going to do everything we can do to move this forward in the best way possible. Thank you. Thank you first.
You got it? All right. District Attorney Jared Williams, Commissioner from the 9th, has a specific question regarding public safety. Commissioner, if you will, just clarify your question.
Yeah, ma'am. DA Williams, just talk to us about the public safety cuts. I know you was so elegant in what you said, and your passion is heard here. But talk to us about the public safety cuts, and also Chef Bradley. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the job that you're doing. This is a difficult decision that we have to make, and I am committed to public safety, and I would like to see how we can actually resolve what we need to do today, because we do have to make a major decision on what we're going to do, how we're going to fund, and I appreciate what you have already done and what will give us some more nuggets that we need to go forward in making the best decision for the constituents of Augusta, Richmond County. And additionally, I thought we made a lot of roadways in terms of when we actually had the committee that we was doing for the jail population, and it was attended by most people at some given time. So that is something that we have to get back doing and working together to make sure we keep our constituents safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 9th. District Attorney Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. As I stated before, I requested 12 positions. I believe that the proposed budget is for 6, so I've taken a cut of about 50%. What I would ask for members of this body who are concerned and care about public safety to consider not just my office, but the public defender, the solicitor, the courts themselves, the clerk of courts, within that public safety umbrella. And so to the extent that there's a 3% fund cut across the board, I've had conversations with all these department heads, and I understand that most of that is going to impact services, going to impact personnel in some cases. And so I would ask that if there's going to be a 3% cut, that those public safety agencies be excluded from that, because it's incredibly important to us that we be able to do the job to support what Sheriff Brantley is doing. And I think he's doing a phenomenal job. He has been working hard. He's certainly been arresting people. And so with that comes the arduous process of litigating these cases, making sure that everything's properly filed and notated in the clerk's office, making sure that everyone who's accused of a crime has access to a competent and capable lawyer. And so we're all working on this together. And again, any cuts that come from us outside of the sheriff's office are going to impact him and his mission. And so if I know that law enforcement fund really only means the sheriff, and my understanding is the law enforcement fund is the only one that's immune from the 3% fund cuts. I would ask that any public safety agency also be immune from such a cut.
Thank you, District Attorney. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
All right. Hey, and DA Williams, I appreciate you bringing up that point. And I think that's where some of this kind of gets murky because there's a lot of assumptions out there of who's doing what and who's getting what and how it impacts and otherwise. When the administrator led this effort, and I know she's probably running, trying to get some more information, I know she went out and engaged with all the departments. And all the departments were asked, hey, can you fulfill this 3% cut everyone gave their north and south or their east and west of why and otherwise? So I don't think that statement is completely true for everybody. I think for different pieces of it, you're probably right. But I think the biggest thing that we're up against is this. I'm not an attorney by trade. I'm not anyone in the law enforcement community. I'm not anyone that has an engineering background or otherwise. So there's a lot of the details that are lost on us. And until we request those specific pieces of information, which the staff is bringing it to us, but until, like the sheriff has done, he's made it abundantly clear what his ask is and why he needs it. And if there's specific asks from the courts or from other folks that need them, guess what? They bring those up to us. It's no way that we can know one way or the other who needs additional what, or if it's going to impact a vital service or otherwise. So I think in this regard, this is where the team concept has to happen. If there's something vitally important that we're missing the mark on, then guess what? Just like it's done any other time, bring it up. And not to really kind of really whittle this down to the bare bones aspect of it, but a closed mouth doesn't get fed. And at the end of the day, if I don't know something and I make a decision on something and it has second or third order effects that I didn't know about, part of it is my fault because I need to do the due diligence, but a part of it also is it has to be a give or take.
Absolutely.
And if it's something that we don't know that we're making a decision on, because at the end of the day, our responsibility is not to be into the day-to-day aspects of what anybody does. Our responsibility is to be the governing body that determines the fiscal dissemination of the dollars that we have available to us and how it supports all of your functions, period. I'm not trying to get into the understanding of how you do your day-to-day. I do want to make sure that I understand that all of these pieces come together so that we can try to determine the benefit of the greater good. But what our responsibility is we have a dollar amount that we have to determine dissemination across the board for everybody. And what we're up against right now is determining how do we effectively and responsibly disseminate those while also trying to balance the ship of it all. So does that mean we're going to be able to fund everything and every request that we have? No. People come to us every year with $50 million requests. but how much of that really is legitimate and how much of it is pie in the sky? So what we're up against is trying to determine and disseminate everyone's ask, not just yours, not just his, but I don't like the fact that we're creating this narrative and the community is picking up on this narrative of this us versus them stuff. And we're inadvertently adding to that by trying to disseminate, well, you're giving money to the sheriff and you're not giving money to this one and that one. And the person that's not informed on this isn't understanding that you're getting funding. You're receiving funding. You may need some additional funding, which you're about to get a new judge in the circuit, Superior Court judge in the circuit, which also is getting some more funding for your department to get some more attorneys. But what was just heard was we're taking away from your department, and that's why we're not moving the cases. So if we're going to make the full narrative, let's clarify it, but let's not give it in pieces, because that's where people are not able to keep up with this. And I want to get us back on track, because right now, all of these folks have taken time out of their busy schedules to determine budget. If we're going to have a reformation conversation on law and law enforcement and how they work together, let's do that. But right now, we're straying way the heck off of what these folks need to know. All they want to hear is from us, how much money are you going to give us so that we can do our job? And then in turn, they tell us, I can't do this or this with that. And then we have the conversation going. But to try to talk about cases and all that, listen, man, I'm with y'all. And it's important. But people are getting confused off of these conversations because they're not understanding it holistically. Because if I was just an everyday person listening to the DA, I heard that we're taken away from not fulfilling his mission of giving him what he needs, not understanding that he's about to get a new judge in the circuit and he's about to get some new attorneys to support this as well.
Respond to that, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry if you did not hear when I said that I did make a request for 12 attorneys and I was receiving 6. Or 12 staff members.
Was that for this year?
That is what I stated at the beginning of my comments.
Right, but that was for this year?
Yes, sir.
Right, so that was for this year.
For this coming year.
Right.
And so I want to make that clear. I did put that on the record.
Okay.
But I think where the confusion comes in is the logical inconsistency between granting positions, but then also doing a 3% fund cut. I think it's naturally confusing to anybody, no matter what you do, right? Because we're going to give funds, but then we're also going to cut funding. And so that's what I was alluding to when I said, yeah, we certainly need to fund the sheriff's office. We also need to fund all of these offices. And to the extent we're asking offices who need to service the mission of public safety to do a fund cut, that's where the issue is.
Yeah, I got it. But again, there were some that came forward pretty rapidly and stated, hey, we can still operate without there being a decrease in the output of services that are being rendered by our department, by our courts or otherwise, that said, yes, we can do that and still sustain the 3% cut. So that's why I'm saying, keep it just focused on your piece of it, because some have said something totally different. And after a while, it gets mind-boggling. Because it's like, well, we've said this, the staff has brought us this, and we're trying to really balance it all. So if you're scratching your head, imagine from our vantage point when we're getting told different iterations of it. And then in the meantime, the public is hearing all of these conversations, and they walk away with the fact that you're trying to defund the police. You walk away with you're trying to not fund the DA. You see what my point? And that's why I'm saying we just got to be careful with this conversation. Because right after we finish this, social media is going to blow up with Don Clark said defund the police, and the news is going to walk away with they're going to take away from the attorneys and so on. And we're having a conversation to determine, at the end of the day, we're having a conversation to determine how much funding we have available to us through the revenue and through the taxes that we're pulling in to be able to disseminate to whatever it is.
I am very familiar with social media mischaracterizing.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. We all are. But my point is, let's make sure that we understand it's not an attack on your office or the sheriff's office on what we can do. At the end of the day, it's no different from any of us with our personal finances. Your dollars are going to be able to take care of whatever it can based on what you have available. And now we have the choice and the decision determining, okay, we've sent out the cuts for the departments, now what's next? And that's what we have to do. So if there's anything, and I'll ask this for the men and women that are in front of us and that have taken the time out of your very busy schedules, if there's something that we don't understand, give us that. Make sure that we clearly understand that, because at the end of the day, you all have to understand, we're operating from black and white paper, not the functional aspect of what really legitimately happens at your levels or otherwise. But we also have to understand too, just like we're supposed to be fiscally responsible, everybody's gonna have to be that way as well, elected official or not. And that means that we all have to be a part of this. Because if you all, from your vantage points, are saying, well, it doesn't matter, I'm an elected official, I'm going to do this or that, well, guess what? It does impact us. Because we got to be able to fulfill those gaps some way, somehow. So what I'm saying is what I said earlier. This is necessary. Because through this process, we're going to have to dispel some bad habits that we have across the board. And everybody's going to have to understand that it's going to take all of us to be able to do it. So I'm not preaching to you, but I am trying to make sure that everyone understands what's going on, because everybody's not getting this. Everybody's not getting this, and everybody's walking away with what they want to hear with it. And what you said, and that's why it rung, hey, I made a request for 12, you only gave me 6, but they're missing what's tied to the rest of it.
What I was hoping to accomplish, Commissioner, was to point out that in the same way that the sheriff was being lauded for accepting cuts to his proposed budget, that other departments are doing the same. Thank you all. God bless you for the work.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, District Attorney.
That's a better way of putting it.
All right. So, you know, to be fair to these other elected officials, colleagues, we have the state court, Chief Judge Kelly Kenny McIntyre. I think we have the entire court here in our chambers today, so.
Are we going to have them print that up?
Okay, all right.
But I missed the beginning of the meeting, so I'm not quite sure everything that's been said beforehand, and so I may be repeating some information. But I do think it's really important to understand that the judiciary, just really the law enforcement system, is just a little bit different than everybody else's. It's not like you can just come in and just say, we're just gonna cut a straight 3%. There are some things that are absolutely required by law that we're going to have to do. And to be able to do it, we've been working with the resources that we have, knowing that we're going to have a new judge that's coming. The judge is not coming to state court, it's coming to Superior Court, but I know that already they're going to have needed employees from the clerk's office, from the public defender's office, from the DA's office. But in state court, things run just a little differently. And I would say that budget-wise, outside of personnel, state court has a really small budget. We have a $129,000 operating budget. When we were sent the information in reference to a 3% cut, the number that was given to us was $54,000. That is almost half of our operating budget if we do nothing with personnel. Nothing with personnel. So I don't know how it would be, you know, for any of the departments, if you say, hey, you're going to have to cut 3% of your operating budget because we're trying not to cut personnel if at all possible. I don't know how that's going to happen. The other thing to take into consideration is that, and I think I might have shared it with you all, that for the last 2 years, state court has been recognized for disposing more cases than anyone in the state. We've come maybe number 1 or number 2 for the last 2 years. We do what we can do with the resources that we have. If they're cut and we have additional work, it's going to be very difficult to do. The sheriff is absolutely doing what he's supposed to do. I cannot tell you how numbers have doubled and tripled. Our court sessions have gone from 50 to 60 for a traffic session to 180, 200 easily. We almost don't have the space in the courtroom to do it. But in terms of personnel, it calls for you to bring in every single one that you have. Everybody, it's all hands on deck. This is from the solicitor's office to the clerk's office to everyone, to the public defender's office. You have to do what you have to do to cut the resources that we have. I don't know how that's going to be done. And I would not want to have either one of your jobs Quite honestly, I would not want to have to make those decisions, but I think that it's important that you know that all of the organizations here, all of the agencies here work together. And so to cut anything that we have outside of personnel, we're not asking for personnel in state court. We're just asking to hold on to what we have. We need things too. We need mental health. We're trying to get a mental health court here because in the jail, they need almost a whole pod for mental health people, for those that are suffering from mental health problems. But they're not able to do that. But we can't in state court have a mental health court put together yet because there are no funds to do it. But we're trying to do what we can do with the resources that we have available. I just ask that you all keep that in consideration when you're taking into consideration all of the agencies that are represented here, that we've been doing what we can do with the resources that we have. It's just not as simple as saying you got to go in and cut this amount of money from what you've had because we're already stretched. I know all departments are, but when you're working with the legal system, it's just a little different. And a lot of it has to do with things that have to be done by law.
Thank you so much, Chief Judge. Solicitor General. Mika Loggins.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for this opportunity. I want to just make 3 quick points. I first want to say, Commissioner Clark, you said something at the very beginning of this meeting, and I know Judge McIntyre and Judge Walker, y'all didn't hear this. You said that we have to look at this not in a bubble, but holistically. I want to stand on that for a second. Sheriff Brentley's been doing his office has been doing a great job. But when we talk about looking at it holistically, we have to see the domino effect. Judge McIntyre alluded to it, but I'm going to give you some more numbers. The numbers that I received from the sheriff's office since he's been in office have written over, I think issued over 30,000, we're about 30,000 citations, and it's still up. And that's not a bad thing. That's a great thing. That's saying that the community is responding to that, and that's a positive thing. But what I want you to understand, and you said that you want us to tell you what this means, so I'm going to give you the bare bones of what it means. That means 30,000 citations from January, okay? That means that our workload has tripled. What that also means is that's not even the arrestable offenses. That is just the citations. And for you all that don't know, state court doesn't just deal with the higher aggravated misdemeanors, such as the simple batteries. We deal with all of the traffic citations. The clerk's office deals with them as well, but the solicitor's office is involved in all of the process when it comes to citations, whether it's from the clerk's office or whether from state court. We deal with all of the citations, from TVB as well as the regular state court citations. And what that means for all of us is that since that has increased the number of cases we have to process. So yes, we're doing a great job of getting them out, but that also means we have to do the work that means getting them in. That means all of the filing documents. That means reviewing every single citation, making sure they're charged correctly. That is work on personnel. And we're talking about right now, we have 5, I think maybe 6 attorneys, myself included. As a matter of fact, I just concluded a trial on yesterday. And the reason I mention is that I'm not just one sitting in a chair talking about it. I am hands-on trying cases myself, in addition to doing all the administrative things and all the budgetary things that need as a Solicitor General. So when we talk about that number, over 30,000 just since January, and we're barely at the end of the year, that means that we still need the resources. And so just like Judge McIntyre said, we're trying to do it without asking for additional resources, when quite frankly, additional resources are needed. Additional resources are needed. But we're trying to work with the situation that we're in, and I've had great conversations with Administrator Allen in trying to maintain. But I can tell you, that's not gonna last for long. And let me explain to you why. When you have workload that's tripled and the resources aren't being put back in, people leave, okay? And when they leave and you don't have anything to bring the new person in, that's a deficit. Not just budgetary deficit, that's a personnel deficit. And I can tell you now, and Commissioner Clark, he said, we don't bring him anything. Yes, I, as the Solicitor General, has been stating for years, along with the public defenders and the DA, that the salary is just too low. I don't know, do y'all know what the salary for an entry-level Solicitor General is? $54,000. You go across the state of Georgia, you go across, and we're talking about even counties that are commensurate to us. That's low. We've not complained, we made it work. But my conversations with Administrator Allen has told me the stuff that we've done before are not available to us anymore. And I've had the same conversation with Mr. Plunkett. The things that we had available to us are not available anymore. So yes, we're talking about budget, and yes, this is mostly for the sheriff's budget, but I want you to understand that there's a domino effect. He's doing a great job, but that increases everybody's caseload, including the clerk's load. They have to file all those cases. When we take those citations that they issued of 30,000 plus, we have to actually draft them. Guess who's taking them into their, having to file in the clerk's office? The clerk's office. And I don't know what their ask is. That's not my business. I'm here talking for the solicitor. But I can tell you.
We get ready to call the clerk up just a second.
Okay, yeah, she can speak for herself.
She's
But what I'm saying, it does have to be a holistic effect, and have to understand that it's a domino effect. It's a domino effect. And so we are trying not to ask for more and do it with what we have, but understand it's tough. It's tough. And so I am asking now, because you put on the record, that we're going to try to do what we said. And I was one of those departments that actually did look at my budget and find some cuts. I wanted to be a team player, so I did. Did it match the number that was asked at 3%? No, there was no way, because you're going into cutting personnel, and that was just almost impossible. And last, and I'm going to close with this. When we talk about the amount of cases that are closed out that Judge McIntyre mentioned, let's just be real, that equates funding. Other than the tax commissioner's office, the solicitor's office is one of the main departments that helps fund the county with the money that's taken in. We have to have the personnel to be able to process those tickets. We have to have the personnel to be able to do that. And it's not an easy job. We were in court to almost 6 o'clock last week and a couple more days. And that means that someone had to be at the courthouse. Bailiffs had to be there with us. And thank you for the lights, because it was light when we walked out this time, so I appreciate that. But just want to give you an idea. And so my ask to you is, while we're figuring out this as a global resolution, we definitely need to look at the salaries. Look at the salaries for a Solicitor General, because I'm not going to be able to recruit anybody. When they know they're going to come in and do that type of work, they're willing to do it, but they're not going to do that work when they can go across the bridge or across the next county and make $70,000 and do less work. So let's just have a realistic conversation. But I thank you all for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Solicitor General. Ms. Hattie Sullivan, Clerk of Courts, Madam. Then I'm going with the Court Administrator, and I see our Magistrate Chief Judge is also here. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all. I'm proud to stand here to say that the Clerk of Courts support juvenile, state, superior, and we do it well. I'm standing here to tell you that I've worked with the budget that you all have given me over the last 8 or 9 years since I've been clerk. I've been with the county over 40-some years, but as a clerk, it's been over 8 years. Whatever you give me, I work with it, trying to make it work for my employees, for documents that we need. Anything we need it for, we try to work with it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, ma'am.
Anything else you need?
That's it.
One more thing, look out for my employees, all the county employees. They need it. I'm serious. They really do need it.
All right. Let's see. The Magistrate Chief Judge is here. Madam, would you like to add anything before I go to the Court Administrator? Mr. Nolan? All right. Thank you so much for being here, sir, especially on short notice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
County
floor,
Commissioners. I want to add to what everyone has said here. In 2024, we went to warrant assignment. We disposed of 200 more cases than were filed. This year, we've disposed of over 300 more cases than were filed. And I want to, thank Judge Flife, because he started a new probation revocation system where we didn't resolve basically the new charges, but we sent people off to prison who violated their probation, and we can resolve the new charge later and try to take pressure off the jail. One thing that I think is left off when you look at revenue is the fact that I'm responsible for bringing in over $1 million in juvenile court that doesn't come from your funding but comes from the state. We brought in over $5 million in federal funds to revamp technology in the courthouse and to pay for operational expenses. And our accountability courts have brought in over $700,000 to do that. When you get down to, what are some of the issues facing the courts, one is enough sufficient courtroom space. Right now, we have 5 judges, but we only have 4 courtrooms that can try criminal cases. We're going to be adding a 6th Superior Court judge. We still have those 4 courtrooms. When you add, if we renovate Craig Horton like the plan is, we will move juvenile court out, and that will free up some courtrooms to hold more criminal trials. We've implemented a differentiated case management system where we have lower level cases up for trial, and we dispose of a lot on guilty pleas. And then we have, murder trials where we usually get rid of 1 a week. And so because of that, we've gotten rid of, 300 more cases this year than were filed. We've worked within the budget that you give us. You asked for a 3% cut, and we were able to do that. And I'll give you an example of that. We used our judicial ARPA funds to pay some maintenance contracts. That's throughout the courthouse. That's for every class of court. And by doing that, then we measured the need for that. And I can tell you right now that in the future, we will discontinue that $100,000 maintenance contract because I have an AV technician who can do that better and cheaper than providing the contract with the people who came in. So it's things like that that allow us to be able to, cut the budget and to be more good stewards of public funds.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. All right. Chief Judge, Magistrate Court.
So basically, everybody's committed. Yeah, exactly. You need to tell them that. That's the good thing. Yeah.
All right, madam, I think you're it. I don't see anyone else that we haven't acknowledged that's Public Defender's Office. You're up next. Thank you so much. All right, madam.
Good morning. Thank you for acknowledging my presence here. I saw this important meeting going on and thought it might be prudent for me to show up and have an input to kind of echo what everyone else said. The cases that come through civil and magistrate court, I think you've heard me say in the past, our court is 2 courts. We manage the civil and the magistrate court. We touch every fabric of the human condition, which means when the marshals are out there writing citations for the junk in the yard, the debris, whatever is going on in our community among citizens, we're getting all of those cases flow through our court. We're also getting all of the warrants. We're issuing all the warrants that the sheriffs are giving, which is we're thankful for the protection of the city, but we are not only issuing those warrants, we're then doing the bond hearings, the preliminary hearings. We're relying on the DAs and the public defenders. We all work in concert to try to make the system work. That's just the criminal side of what we do, or the quasi-criminal. But we are, as you know, the court that handles every single eviction that's filed in this city. And right now is huge. We handle all the civil and magistrate, all the civil small claims that come, and they are off the chart. We gave a portion of the budget, but as you'll look at our revenue generation, we've been increasing in revenue consistently 5.8% over last year because of the volume of filing, which means what? Our staff is stretched to the 9. We are losing people because we are not on parity with the pay that even Columbia County and other surrounding counties are given. They have fewer staff members to work with. A couple of our employees have gone over to the sheriff because they were able to make more money than what we could offer. And so we respect the budget process. We are here we appreciate all the commission has done for us, but all the work that's coming through the court, what our staff is already doing, we're asking not to have to go anymore because we're already pressed to hire people because we can't hire at the levels necessary to compete with the other courts in the system. And so we're asking to just maintain where we are. We're going to do our best to be great stewards of what it is and to keep doing great work for the citizens of Richmond County.
Thank you so much, Chief Judge. Thank you for being here. Public Defender's Office.
My name is Lindsay Hicks. I am the Chief Assistant Public Defender at the Public Defender's Office. I know that many of you know me from the Jail Overcrowding Committee. I've been with the Public Defender's Office for just over 18 years. We are grateful for the Commission to allow the Public Defender's Office to speak on the budgetary topic today. I know that we do not contribute money to the budget. We are an expense. But we are an expense that is mandated by the 6th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. We are an expense that is mandated by the Constitution of the state of Georgia. Every individual in the jail is interviewed by the public defender's office. That is not upon request. We go and we make physical contact with every person, whether or not they are experiencing a mental health crisis, if they are detoxing, if they are experiencing hallucinations. We see them within 2 days of arrest. We have a paralegal out to see these individuals who qualify typically within 3 to 4 days of arrest. And then those cases are assigned to attorneys who are burdened with often 250 to 300 felony cases at any given time, which is in direct contravention of the American Bar Association's standards on caseloads. The caseloads in state court are similar. I have been in state court since 2019. At times, I had over 600 misdemeanor clients. It is very difficult to provide excellent representation to 600 individuals at a time. And it is almost impossible to provide excellent representation to 250 felony clients, most of whom are in custody at any given time. Any cuts to our personnel or to our budget will directly impact the services we are able to provide to residents of this community. The individuals who are in the jail are citizens of our community, and their families are citizens of our community. We have almost 3,000 felony cases open right now, and we have now 12 public defenders representing those individuals. We have 2,200 state court cases, and we have 4 public defenders representing those individuals. We have had to resort to contracting out work to people who are not public defenders just in order to meet the needs of our clients. We did provide a cut to our budget through the 3% reduction. We would ask that no further cuts be made to our budget. We also requested 3 additional positions because there will be a new judge in Superior Court. Any cuts to those requests for positions will create a gap that cannot be filled anywhere else. We would be unable to hire anyone to fill those attorney positions because we don't have any attorney positions left. Last year, as part of work with the administrator's office, we converted a number of positions from state positions to county positions to save the county money, because state benefits cost about 60% of the total salary for any individual versus the Augusta, Georgia benefits. So we converted those positions to save the county money, and we are asking the commission, please do not make any further cuts to the public defender budget, as that will impact the representation for all individuals in all courts. Just as a reminder, we represent individuals in ordinance court, in pre-arrest hearings in magistrate court, in juvenile court, superior court, and state court. We also take applications for Burke County State Court, and we represent individuals in Burke County Superior Court. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for being here. There's been another request to speak. Judge Monique Walker.
Did she ask to speak?
We want to make sure.
My chief judge is here and has already spoken on behalf of the state court. So I do want to acknowledge as a show of respect that my chief judge is here and has spoken and speaks on behalf of the court. I don't know why you're smiling, but I would, since she doing all this calling, like to say that in the judiciary, all of this works together.
I don't want it.
You can't do one function without the other. The sheriff can write 26,000 or 30,000 tickets in a year. They don't go anywhere if all of these other entities that you've heard from cannot process that. What I can say that I don't think has already been said is that we have, as a court, at least state court, made genuine efforts to meet with all of our stakeholders, including the sheriff's department, the public defenders, the solicitors, and the clerk's office. We've met on multiple occasions, along with members from the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, to talk about processes that everyone can understand, follow the law, because there are new laws related to how we handle these mental health cases, and be on the same page. An example of that is if the medical providers inside of the jail have all of this information, but we don't, it doesn't do us any good, right? So this is a collaborative effort, and I'm using the mental health court as an example because that's my area, but the entire effort has to be collaborative. I can't talk about what their budget is, but I can talk about walking out of the courthouse, pitch black, dark, last week when I and my staff were left alone in the courtroom because the sheriff's office had to leave. So if I still have a roster of 100 cases and it takes me to 6 o'clock and it's dark, I can't work by myself. What happened to my safety? Courtroom safety, as well as safety to the parking lot. And so it's a concerted effort, and in your quest to understand that, I think it would be better understood in a smaller setting, but I can tell you that in state court, and the sheriff had representatives there, Chief Sams to be exact, and we also hear from other representatives from the jail, Huffman and those people. We have tried on multiple occasions to work to form relationships that keeps us on the same page, trying to move those patients in accordance with the law. When we finish those meetings, everybody has an assignment, and then there's nothing until the next meeting. I'm not talking about just the sheriff's office, but we're doing all this chatter when we need to do more hands-on and get it done. So y'all can give the sheriff's office $13 million, you're just gonna get a backlog. The jail can't handle it, solicitor can't handle it. It's a mess. She gave me 50 cases the other day. We get 60 every other week. What are we gonna do with 50 cases to try every other month? Nothing. So again, in a smaller setting, I think it would be wonderful for you, and the state court has already drafted correspondence for each of you to come and see how we work. That should be coming out probably this week, so that'll be an opportunity. But if you all are really interested in how this thing works, a smaller setting that helps you understand how everything is intertwined and how one entity impacts the other, then we welcome you to do that, and I'm sure the state court's office will be more than delighted to organize that. But the more you know, the more you grow, and you'll be able to better understand and decide how not just funds ought to be allocated, but other types of resources as well. And I just say on my way back to my seat that every time I ask a question or we're talking about things, people say, but elected officials, but elected officials. Elected officials ought to have rules too. We ought to have some boundaries also. So just because you are an elected official, it doesn't make you any more powerful or have a greater level of authority than anybody else. So we expect to be governed accordingly, but we also need an opportunity to have the resources that we need and recognize that at least in the judiciary, there's a group of stakeholders who have to work together because one cannot function without the other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge McIntyre. I'm sorry, Judge Walker. Judge Walker. Probate Judge Johnson, you're up, madam.
Good morning, Mayor and the members of the commission. It is my pleasure to come before you all and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you all are aware, we all have submitted some budgets. The probate court has submitted a significant increase as well. However, we cannot do any type of reduction because after I took office in January, I have done my own assessments with the probate court and the things that we need to do and how to get this court functioning properly. We have experienced at least 1,000 more cases that has been filed with the probate court than the prior years. This is the first time the probate court has experienced at least 1,100 cases of estates alone. That does not include weapons carry permits, mental health, does not include marriage license, does not include every other thing that the probate court does, as you all consider us to be a dump all court, which means that we get everything else nobody else wants to do. And so when we are doing that, we need the personnel to also do the job as well. And I have assessed all my personnel as well. We are doing as much as we possibly can. However, we have seen that the need of the probate court is mass. And we do not have the budget to even work the capacity that we need to. We cannot sustain a budget cut. We don't even make or have a budget to sustain what we need this year alone. I am sitting here now working with the finance department trying to figure out how we can get the needs of the probate court. We have one more month left and we still cannot manage the things that we need to do for our constituents in Richmond County, let alone every other county that comes through the probate court. We don't just administer services to Richmond County, we administer services to Columbia County, Burke County, the state of Washington, the state of Colorado. We administer services to the entire United States. We also administer services that could hit nationally. And so we need the funds in order to ensure that we are doing our job and meeting the needs of those who come through our courts, as well as through Richmond County, so that they can enjoy the benefits of Richmond County, as well as get the services that they're requesting and they need. We also have issues with our phone services. We have been having that issue since I took office and prior to me taking office. I have done everything possible to get our phones working. We have reached out to the administration. We have reached out to the court administrator, and we still have issues. I just reached out to some people through the probate court on Facebook about not being able to reach the probate court through the phone. I have also tried to contact the court internally through the phone, and it doesn't work. I've also had the administrator call our court through internally. It doesn't work. And so we have done everything possible, but IT has done everything they can to help us, and they told us we need a new phone system. So any budget cut that we are being requested to do, we cannot sustain. We also work well with the Sheriff's Department, work with the Marshal's Department. We work with the other courts, state court, superior court, because we do mental health. And so when it affects the other courts, it affects us. Because if there is a matter that deals with anybody in our county that needs assistance with their mental health, we have to hear those cases. I travel to ECRH hospital. I travel to the VA. And so there are things that we have to have in order to sustain the needs of our constituents. And so a 3% cut is not sustainable, let alone the budget we have is not sustainable. And so I'm asking that you all make sure that the probate court and every other court and every other department, the sheriff's office, the marshal's department, who all work together, are getting what they need in order to continue to do the services of Richmond County. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. All right, colleagues, I think we've heard from everybody that represents our courts. Commissioner from the 8th, if you would yield, I want to let Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly, seeing as how he's the person who requested to hear from the courts. Is there anything additional you'd like to hear before we move on? Because essentially we have our court shut down right now, and we want to get these folks back to work so we can process cases.
Don't cut that budget. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
For my colleagues that question our understanding, I took civic classes in the 6th grade, and that was a long time ago, and I paid attention. I didn't chew gum and stick it under the desk. I was paying attention. So I know what the courts are responsible for. I know what the sheriff department is responsible for. And I'm just trying to make sure that they all have the necessary funding to do their jobs. Because you cannot separate them in a function because they are tied together in their functions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wembley. Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's appropriate now just to point out the black and white here that, you know, I'm looking at a budget that's comparing 2024, 2025, and 2026 with the 3% cuts here. Even with the 3% cuts that we've asked for, the court system still is $5.5 million higher than they were back in 2024. They're actually a little over $1 million, or a little under $1 million higher than they are budgeted for 2025 overall. Some of that has to do with the fact that we're adding a new judge to the circuit. That's $600,000. But I think that when you're taking a holistic look at this, we're not cutting back from the courts. We have actually increased them over the years. There's actually small increases in the budgets this year from what we're looking at. Now, I see some surprised looks out there, so if anybody wants to come take a look at what we're looking at, I mean, this is what we have to operate off of, so if what your numbers are different than ours, please let us know, because, you know, this is what we're making decisions off of. We hear you. You know, this may be the only time in my 7 years up here that I've heard this much about how the court operates as well alongside with law enforcement. And frankly, it's quite eye-opening. It's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that we're able to have a conversation nobody seems to be really mad at each other. I know there's concerns everywhere. There really is, and we see it. But we're also trying to make sure that appropriate budgets are in place for where it's truly needed. Even as a bigger comparison, over the last 2 years, the general fund budget has grown $8.8 million. 5.5 of that is coming out of the judicial budget. So I just think that is something that needs to be pointed out.
Thank you so much, Commissioner from the 8th. Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. And I think they was looking surprised because they don't know what we're looking at. So maybe if we can give them, Administrator Allen, the statement that Commissioner Garrett made, he said that in the increases of the court, they all look surprised. So I don't know if they haven't. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, I don't know if they know what we're looking at and basing our decision on.
I would think they probably don't have this exact report, because this report has just been provided to you guys, so.
Can we make sure all the courts and representatives of the courts that are here today get a copy of this report? Can we make sure that happens?
Yes, you can.
All right, colleagues. We've heard from the courts, and we thank them for being here. Madam Clerk, we're going to recess for like 10 minutes to give, I guess, our court representatives to get back to work, to give our colleagues an opportunity for a environmental break, is what they call it. 10 minutes and 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and we're going back to work. 10 minutes. All right, colleagues, we got about 4 minutes before we resume. 4 minutes. This is a 4-minute warning. So if you got to, thank everybody. We have fiscal year 2026 budget to go to work. We got work to do. Madam Clerk, we need the administrator and the attorney. Attorney Plunkett, here we come. All right, colleagues, time to get back to work. We're going to try to, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got Commissioner Lewis coming back, Commissioner Clark. Let's go back to work. Just housekeeping notes. Madam Clerk, we're going to try to go at least another 30, 40 minutes and we'll break for lunch. All right? Madam Clerk, with that, I call this meeting back to order. Madam Administrator, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. So I guess now, members of the governing body, Mr. Mayor, the floor is open again for any concerns or any adjustments. I know we left off with the sheriff's office. Are we done with any questions for the sheriff's office?
Any colleagues have any additional questions for the sheriff? Hearing or seeing none, Sheriff, we really appreciate your work, everything that you've done to reduce crime in our area, and thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right? You and Chief Blanchard, thank y'all for being here. All right?
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Madam Administrator, let's continue.
Yes, sir. So I guess need direction on how we want to proceed. Do we want to proceed with the spreadsheet? I think that's where we left off last with Commissioner Garrett.
Commissioner Garrett, there was a initial conversation about moving forward with the spreadsheet and reaffirming our consensus on many of the items that we discussed. Okay? All right. Let's make sure we get all our colleagues here because these are important decisions that we need to make. We just need to reaffirm our consensus on the items, and I'm assuming that we can go down the list as a state. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So the first item, we've already agreed unanimously on a consensus on the excise tax that we will not be adopting an excise tax for manufacturers. We'll save the millage rate increase for last. Let's go through the expense side first. 3% across the board reductions. We did have a consensus on that. Commissioner from the 8th, are you asking that we reaffirm our consensus on these items?
I think the easiest thing to do, Mayor, would just ask the body, are there any items on here that will not pass as a whole body that we've consented to?
Okay. All right. So let's look at those items. All right. Commissioner Wimberly, I see you in the queue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The answer to that question, is there anything that the whole body wouldn't consent to? I wouldn't consent to eliminating the COLA.
So you would consent to eliminating the 1%?
I would not.
All right, so that's the 1% COLA. We consented that, so we consented to 1%. So is there still consensus on maintaining the 1% cost of living adjustment? So we have one colleague that is not in favor. Is there anyone else that's not in favor? No. We're going to do this one first. Anybody else for the COLA? Is the consensus still affirmative for the 1% cost of living adjustment for employees? Show of hands. That's to keep the 1%. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so it is still consented on the 1%. Let's go to the top then. 3% across the board reductions. Show of consensus. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is consented. Next item, additional finance recommendation reductions. Show of consensus. The second item, additional finance recommended reductions. Interim Director Tim Schreier found an additional $309,000. He was provided on a sheet last week that an additional $309,000 was found as a result of his recommendations, and we consented that. So we're asking for a consensus again on it. It's a reduction.
It's a reduction.
It is a reduction. Show of hands.
Can I ask you a question on that first?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So the question that I have is, will we seek to restore these in 27 some way, or are these just going to be, these are just gone?
These will be just gone,
These will
unless
just be
it's
gone.
an ample justification to bring these items back.
And they're just mostly like operational?
Yes,
like
sir. Yes,
Supplies
sir.
and stuff like that?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
All right. Show of consensus for the additional finance. Recommended reduction is $309,000. All right. Madam Clerk, that's consented. Next item, transit reductions, $594,000. Last week, we adopted and consented it by show of hands. Let's continue with that consensus.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
For the transit reductions, that means we're not eliminating Saturday transportation, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and that's just, all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, because that's still being put out there that we're eliminating that. So we're not eliminating Saturday. Thank you.
All right. We consented to it last week. Show of hands for continued consensus. Yes, sir.
Question. And before I consent again, I have a question. I received a call yesterday saying that they had heard that the downtown route wasn't going to start until I think like 10 a.m. or something like that versus 7 a.m.
We're going to get the director of Daughtery up just to address that.
Yeah, and the concern was that there were employees downtown who rely on that 7 a.m. service to be able to get to work.
Director.
When we take that route off, is that what that amounted to?
Okay, what has happened, good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. What has happened is, right now, as we speak, my staff is going through those schedules because at the time we're talking about when the second bus would start, when the first bus would start. And so we're going through adjusting those times so we can pick up where that second bus was starting to make sure we cover that. So they're working through that right now so we can get that information out to our clientele to know that that bus will be there to get them.
Okay, so but if I'm catching a bus in Eastview to get to work on Broad Street, there is a possibility that I can still catch that early morning bus to get to work by 9 a.m. or something like that?
Yes.
Okay,
We're
all right.
working through that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Show of consensus on the transit reductions, $594,000. Show of hands, please. It is consented. Next item, HC.
I think you're missing the point here. These things are getting consented that I don't think would pass as a body.
Well, it's overwhelmingly consented. Overwhelmingly, according to this process.
We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
we will see. All right. Oh, and it's overwhelmingly consented, according to my count. So we hope that, the cameras are rolling. So we would hope that people will be honest in their showing of consent. Next item is HCD reductions, $470,000. We previously consented by show of hands with the continuation of having that consented. The HCD reductions, $470,000. All right. Show of hands. All right. All right, they want to skip the HCD reduction. Let's move to the RCCI reduction, $682,000. We consented last week. RCCI reductions, $682,000. Show of hands, please. You're not consenting?
What was it?
RCCI.
Oh, yeah. Some of the cuts, yeah.
RCCI.
Why ain't we doing HCD?
They asked that we coming back to it. RCCI, 1, 2, 3, 4. It is consented, barely, but it's consented. Healthcare shift, as you know, we've asked our employees to pay more for the healthcare cost. Interim Director Scherer make the recommendation, $590,000. We consented it by show of hands, consensus. The healthcare shift. Healthcare shift, 1, 2, 3. It is consented. The COLA, we've already done with the 1%. NGO reductions, 30% discretionary, 10% other, $870,960. Was consented last week. Show of hands for continued consensus on that.
No, we got conversation.
All right. All right. You want to move that one? We consented it last week. All right. There you go. I'm gonna ask for it, even though it got no consensus. Additional NGO reductions, eliminate discretionary. There's no consensus. We just wait. We'll wait for the discussion on that one. Hiring freeze, 6 months. We consented. Will save us $2 million approximately. Show of hands for consensus on that. All right, it's consented. Additional reductions, 2% with the exception of the sheriff department and the district attorney. Show of hands for consensus. Got questions? Not consented. You need to move that one, Madam Administrator. Well, we're going to go to the questions now that we don't have. We're going to go to all the ones that have questions. The ones being, we're going to go to HCD reductions, NGOs, and I'm imagining let's go to NGOs first. That hopefully will be an easier conversation. Well, not an easier conversation, but a conversation in that we have guests that are here with us regarding representing some of our non-government organizations. Commissioner Garrett from the 8th, sir, you have the floor.
Commissioner Lewis.
All right, Commissioner Tone Lewis from the 6th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. In reference to our NGOs, I have some very important guests that are in the chambers here today, and I would ask if they would be allowed to come before this body and explain or dispel some of the myths that are out there when it comes down to our public health. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah, and before you come up, Dr. Donahue, my colleague from the 8th has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is just in reference to the exercise that we just took. As you can see, things have changed since last week, and the progress that was made, some of it came back. So we have a finance committee up here. I'd love to hear if the finance committee has any recommendations on how to move forward here. Are there any things that they have looked at or considered or discussed amongst themselves?
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Commissioner Pulliam, the commissioner from the 8th, has requested some dialogue. Is there anything you'd like to add regarding the conversation as finance chair regarding these discussions?
And thank you so much, Mayor Johnson. As I very much respect the request for dialogue. However, I did not prepare to speak on behalf of this. I do believe that I have been very vocal throughout the entire conversation regarding our NGOs as far as making sure that we go through an extensive application process that's actually on our agenda for today. The item that I put on the agenda almost a month and a half ago, however, we didn't have enough people to actually see that through. So had we had that conversation then, I may have had more dialogue for today. But I would like to say that I believe that a lot of the NGOs that we are currently funding align with our mission, even as we just heard from our courts and the various elected offices. There is a need for a lot of these services. And I don't have the solution to who we should fund and who we should not fund, which is why I requested an extensive application process. I would like to defer to my co-chair to see if he has anything to add to that. Mayor Johnson, if I could do that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson, is there anything additional you'd like to add?
I think our chair spoke in great detail about this, and I support what she's saying. I think the big thing here is that, once this budget is brought forward by the administrator and brought to the commission, it becomes the budget of the commission. And I think that a lot of the recommendations that are continuing to be made have to just be decided on by us. I think a lot of the conversation that we're having is about this mill rate increase and what fund does the surplus go to. I feel like we're getting to a better place on that. But as far as NGOs are concerned, you know, I've made it terribly clear on my end that there are some sectors that I just can't support eliminating. You know, we did some math and we see that even with saving those and cutting others, it only amounts to about maybe $100 grand or a little bit more. So it's not much cost savings. I think we have to really just figure out what our priorities are as far as the community is concerned. You know, we know that some of these groups are not government agencies, but, you know, for instance, if you cut the Development Authority of Augusta, you know, they're not a government agency per se, but they do bring us economic development opportunities. You know, you cut the Land Bank Authority, is that salary, is that programs? If it's salary, then of course that throws back their availability to help us secure redevelopment opportunities. I said again, Mock Academy, Boxing Club, these aren't just after-school programs, they're opportunities for kids to get scholarships and go to college. Students that, you know, came from places like Dogwood Terrace and East Augusta and Harrisburg, places that, you know, probably would never have opportunities to go to school and higher education, but they provide that. So I get the pause here, and I do believe that our number is too high for NGOs. But I think that the way that we approach funding these efforts has to be a little bit more pointed. The process is a good process that Commissioner Pulliam and the administrator mentioned. But for today's purpose and for the purpose of this budget, I don't think that we should just slow down on this one. We shouldn't just speed up and move forward on it. We need to really look at this and decide how, because, you know, the Department of Public Health is here. You know, we have 2 line items here for them. Like, how does that impact their ability to do what we need them to do? Those are the conversations that we were asking to be held, like Commissioner Pulliam said a few months ago, well, a couple weeks or a month or so ago, and we didn't even really allow them to come and state why they were important to what we do. We told them we didn't want them to come. So that's my thoughts on it. I mean, we've had conversations. It's just a matter of the commission making a decision at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Pulliam, I saw you get back in the queue.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you need to add additional?
Yes, sir. I'd like to add something else. Thank you so much, Mayor Johnson. And thank you, Commissioner Johnson. As Commissioner Johnson was speaking, I do want my colleagues to keep in mind, even as the last conversation we had and so many people came before us, when we're looking at what I'm just going to say, just basic and plain, cause and effect. And so as we're thinking about our mission and what is the mission of Augusta Richmond County, when we're thinking about cause and effect and how we heard about the increase in the cases, by defunding some of these organizations, although it's been said many times they should be able to stand on their own, but the way I view it is Augusta Richmond County needs a lot of the services that these organizations give us to be able to stand. So we need these organizations to help support our mission, to help keep caseloads down. And I almost wish that everyone that was here was still in the room, because there are some organizations such as, and I'm not just singling people out, but Child Enrichment, as they came before us, the library. I'm gonna just go out on a limb. Everything that I'm looking at on this page, it serves significantly to the mission of Augusta Richmond County. And so we can say we don't agree, and that's fine, because again, as my colleague said earlier, as Commissioner Clark said earlier, that we are all entitled to our own opinion. But I do feel as though that application process will separate, I'm gonna say, that's probably a bad analogy. I was going to say wheat from the terry, but it will definitely separate out who is providing the services that are in line with our mission. And we do, in fact, need some of these organizations. Land Bank Authority alone, because Commissioner Johnson pulled that out, they provide a very valuable service to the city of Augusta. The land bank even in its structure, the way the state structured land bank authorities was to do real estate transactions and to assist in that where we are not able to do that. So why would we defund the land bank authority when they actually help and assist what we need to do as far as real estate is concerned? That doesn't make sense to me. But I am one person, so I stand on we need to go through an application process, and we do need to slow down on just going in and snatching out funding. I'm looking at Mock Academy. I'm looking at so many of these organizations and the services that they provide to our constituents to help keep especially our youth off the streets, so that hopefully our caseloads won't continue to increase, and then other departments are continuously coming before us asking for more budget increases.
Thank you, Commissioner. From the second, Commissioner Pulliam, Commissioner Branigad has requested.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to the Commissioner from the second. So in regards to the application process, which I am totally on board with, think that is exactly the way that we need to go after we establish a set budget for NGOs, and then allow those application processes to take place each year, and this commission body approve each and every NGO that comes or that gets added to that list each year. My question for you, ma'am, is are you suggesting that we leave everything on here for this year and then start the application process next year? What is the path forward here?
May I respond, Mayor Johnson?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Okay. Let me see, we discussed this about 2 weeks ago. May I address the administrator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Administrator Allen, what did our discussion lead to? We said if we were to get this application process in place, which is actually on our agenda at 2 p.m., that would start when?
So it would be really to the governing body to when we would start it.
But in our discussion, what was
we could bring
suggested?
back a proposal in January to start that process.
Okay. And then once they applied in January, that would then go to 2027? Is that correct? Or how would that?
Doing 2026 would have to be for the 2027 funds. Okay. We would look at developing the process and bringing it back before the governing body sometime in January. And then we would have a timeline that would say, this is when the applications are due, this is the time for the review. Is there going to be a small committee that's going to do the review? And that committee should have that proposal brought back to the governing body by a certain time. Okay. So yes, ma'am, the conversation would actually start in January for 2027.
Okay. And I believe at that point that gives everyone a fair start. I don't want to just snatch funding without, especially since we did not allow them to present to us. And only a few of these entities, I believe it was Child Enrichment and the library, actually gave a detailed, I was going to say deliberation, but a detailed presentation to us. Right. So I would like to halt on taking away funding.
Okay. So in regards to not taking away the funding, how do we fund these?
Mayor Johnson, if I could please call up our finance director.
Yes.
Thank you.
Interim Director Schreier, you have been summoned. All right, Commissioner from the second.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Mr. Schreier, currently, as it stands, and we are funding the NGOs, I was going to say organizations, how would we continue in funding them?
You could either increase the reductions to operations from departments, or you could increase revenues.
Okay.
So that accounts for $864,860. So Interim Director Schreier, to get that revenue, you're saying cut somewhere else or you raise the millage rate?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I don't have an answer for you, Commissioner Garrett.
Well, are you going to support Are you going to support a millage increase to support these organizations?
May I ask a point of order, please?
Please state your point, sir.
Is it proper for a commissioner to cross-examine another commissioner on items that have already been discussed ad nauseum? I would like to know what the commissioner from the 8th, what is he attempting to accomplish by directly asking the Finance Committee?
I'm trying to find a solution here, sir.
Well, and I appreciate you, but again, this.
I don't think you do, because I mean, you're questioning why I'm doing it, and the reason that I'm doing it is I'm trying to find a workable solution here to fund these organizations.
What I'm asking Commissioner Garrett is that when a budget is presented from the administrator's office to the commission, it does not become the budget of the Finance Committee. Just as if an item comes before this body, it does not become an item of the Administrative Services Committee. We don't ask you directly. So my question is, by asking the Finance Committee directly, what is trying to be accomplished that hasn't already attempted to be accomplished while we've been having these conversations as a body?
Well, the reason I asked the Finance Committee is because when we were going through the consensus items, I consistently saw most of the Finance Committee not participating in those consensus items.
Well, sir, I, again, appreciate your efforts, but I will ask that these lines of questionings be directed to the entire commission, as they always are, and that, you respect how folks decide to engage in this process. You're not the only one trying to figure this thing out. So please don't take that upon yourself. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 1st.
Mayor Johnson, I do have something to add to that, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I respect us trying to get to an end, a means to an end. However, I would like to say at the onset of us going through a budget, I want to say it's probably 10 or more emails between myself going to the administrator, consistently asking when I could be at the table to be a part of those conversations. And towards the end, I was finally at the table, myself and Mayor Johnson, as the budget was being presented. So, Administrator Allen, is that correct that I was sending emails asking when would I start to be at the table? When would I start to be at the table? And I can pull those emails.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I definitely, you can pull any email. We made sure that when we were at a point in the budget that we would make a recommendation or a proposal and show you and the mayor, being the finance chair. So the timeline for that was in accordance to the normal process. So we presented that draft budget at that time to get some input.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
But my question is specifically, was I not asking to be at the table even prior to you getting to that draft?
You have inquired to be at the table, but at that time it wasn't appropriate, and that's what we made sure we explained to you, that we were not at a point that would have been beneficial to you to gather any information, respective information, to make any decision. So you have inquired, and we have responded, and when we were at a point that it was beneficial to the governing body, to you as the finance chair, and to the mayor, we did make that presentation, but you have inquired.
So to my colleague, Mayor Johnson, if I can continue, please. Thank you. To my colleague, Commissioner Garrett, I take my job very, very seriously. And so when I am tasked with something, such as being the finance chair, I consistently reached out and asked when I could be at the table. And not only did I do that, I also reached out to department directors, asking them to walk me through their ask. And so the fact that I was brought in a week before it was presented to the commission was not from a lack of me not trying to do my job. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 2nd. Commissioner Lewis, I think it's more appropriate now that, can we get the Department of Public Health up?
Please do.
All right, Department of Public Health representatives, can you guys come up?
Now, Johnson, while they're coming, while Dr. Donahue and Ms. Donna are coming, I would like to say that when we're looking at NGOs from the standpoint of them being an NGO, there are 2 entities in Augusta that I think just needs to be stricken from the NGO list as being an NGO, and that's the Department of Public Health, and that's Augusta Richmond County Library, because these 2
agencies serves the Augusta community. And they are, although they may be state funded in some areas, but they are Richmond County. They are Richmond County agencies. And I think instead of looking for ways to cut these two agencies, we ought to be looking for ways to make sure that they stay afloat. The Augusta Richmond County Library and the Department of Public Health, which serves the Augusta better than any entity that I think that's in Augusta, Georgia. So having said that, if we would allow Dr. Donahue and our finance manager, Ms. Donna, to come before this body and speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Dr. Donahue, thank you so much for being here. You may want to come to the other side.
Oh, no, they could come here. I just want to clarify something,
Okay.
if I can. Right now, they are projected for the 10% decrease. That's what they've been informed, but we also asked them what would happen if hypothetically any increase in that percentage moved up to like a 50% increase. So they're here to address any of those.
All right.
I just wanted to bring that
And
to
Madam
everybody's
Administrator, for the record, how much does that 10% represent?
It was a little over 100,000, wasn't it, Ms. Donna?
A little under.
Yeah.
It's under $100,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Ladies, if you will, just for the record, your name, who you represent.
Yes, my name is Denise Sellers. I'm the district administrator for the East Central Public Health District, serving Richmond County Health Department. And Dr. Donahue is joining me, but I wanted to start off and to just echo what Mr. Lewis said. Department of Public Health has been confused and listed as a non-governmental organization in the Richmond County budget for many years, since I've been here, almost 10. And it is a mischaracterization of our structure and our function in this area. We are partially funded by the state. Richmond County receives about a third of its budget from the state. We have a $10 million budget this year. And of course, in addition to state funds, we also earn fees from the services we provide when we can. We do not turn people away for lack of paying for their services. And the commission is, by Georgia code, we are an extension of Augusta Richmond County Commission. We are, and that's why it's mandated that there be funding provided to operate the health departments. And so that is, if we don't make anything else clear here today, it is that we are not a non-governmental organization. We are a governmental organization, an extension of Augusta Richmond County Commission and the state of Georgia. So I wanted to provide that statement, and Dr. Donahue is going to provide more of an impact statement on what a cut would be. I had seen the 10% cut in the budget proposal last week that was going to be before you. This morning I received a phone call that there could be a higher percentage, as much as up to 50%. And we understand the position you're in because we face it too. And we were breathing a sigh of relief at a 10% cut. That would be about $100,000. But a $450,000 cut would be significant and would cause different types of actions for us to take, as Dr. Donahue might spell out. The other thing I want to point out before I turn it over to Dr. Donahue is that the mosquito control program, I know, has been getting a lot of scrutiny from you all, and it should. It is your program. It is your dollars that fund that program. I think there's been some confusion between the traditional mosquito control program and what was implemented about 6 years ago for disease prevention and control, which we locally call that the POND program. But those two programs work together, and we would be looking at that entire program being in jeopardy if it were to take upwards of
up to a 50% cut. So we're here to participate in the misery with you, but we also want you to know what the impact is as you go about making informed decisions. I was here for the courts and the law enforcement presentation, and I really appreciated Commissioner Clark's comments about wanting to hear from the people doing the work so that you can do your work to the best of your ability and make informed decisions. So at this time, if no one has any questions for me.
There's a couple of questions. I'm going to start with one and just with your structure. You mentioned that you get a percentage of your funding from the state.
Correct.
The state has more than a $14 billion surplus. Why couldn't we go and ask the state to assist more? And that's a question I've been hearing a lot from the public. If you're a quasi-state agency, why can't we just go to the state and say, can you help a little bit while we kind of fix our books here in Augusta?
So the amount of money in the legislature's budget that is earmarked for grant and aid for public health departments in each county, which is mandated that each county have a health department in their borders, it has been set at a flat amount for many years. And it's about $125 million. However, it is redistributed every year based on a formula based on each county's population, poverty population, and poverty rates. And so we, at our level, do not have the opportunity to solicit the legislature for those additional funds. The Department of Public Health at the state level could, but we do not have the ability to ask the state for more money. We are locked into that flat amount distributed by formula every year.
By formula every year, am I right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go in order. I saw you, Commissioner Garrett, that you're in the queue, but Commissioner Wimberly, do you have a question regarding the structure or any?
No, I didn't have a question for them. I was in support of Commissioner from 6th, Lewis' concern. And so I just had to ask in reference to earlier statements about the NGO program here, is that we wanted to just get rid of it. And so I was concerned that if you get rid of, that means you would get rid of the public library as well as the Museum of History. Is that what would happen if?
Yeah, that's not the list I don't think they're referring to. It's a different list.
Isn't this the NGOs right here?
It's a different list. It's a separate.
But we are talking about NGOs, are we?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
10%, yes, sir.
The 10% cut?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question. Since the Department of Health, you said the East Central Health District is who you represent?
Well, I represent Richmond County Health Department. I also am a state-paid employee that also serves the whole 13 counties in our health district.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I apologize. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, I was just going to say that some of us are paid by the state, some of the district leadership, but we are serving City of Augusta, Richmond County, and we operate the health departments through the funding that we get from the state, the fees we collect, as well as the county. But the services that are being delivered in your communities are Richmond County Board of Health employees. They are not paid by the state. So that's why we have to receive funding from different entities. And I had shared with Administrator Allen the Georgia Code that outlines responsibilities for county commissions for public health, and I'll be glad to share that with you all as well.
All right, with y'all being...
I'm sorry. That'd be very helpful to have that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Mayor.
As far as y'all being state, and you said you have no way of lobbying to inquire about receiving more money from the state. Y'all do have a superior out of Atlanta. Matter of fact, even in this ambulance issue, the state came down to try to resolve it as far as the zoning. So, I mean, there's level ladders to reach to the top.
That is true. As an employee of the state, I cannot initiate that process. But I believe as a body such as yours, it would be an undertaking to consider
Right.
addressing the Commissioner of Health, Dr. Kathleen Toomey.
Right. As far as our charter, you know, I believe it's not word from word, but yeah, we are required to fund the Department of Health, but at what level is based off the commission and the budget at that time. But as far as the Burke County, Columbia County, Emmanuel, Glasscock, Jefferson, Jenkins, Lincoln, McDuffie, Scriven, Taliaferro, Warren, and Wilkes, how much do they contribute to the Department of Health?
As far as their county commissions,
Yes, ma'am.
it varies, of course, depending on each county. There's a variety of sizes of those counties, as you know. And so it's...
Since you do finance with the department, right?
Right. However, I came straight here to this building today and did not have information
All right.
at my fingertips. But
right. As far as Columbia County, which is our neighbor, or Burke County, what did they, if you don't mind me asking, what they give?
I can ballpark that percentage.
Yes, ma'am.
It's about 30% of the budget. And for the, and of course, the budgets are all in varying sizes. I have that information that I can provide. I present that to each Board of Health every year. And so I can get that for you as soon as today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And one other question. Out of these 13 counties, besides Augusta, Richmond County, who do y'all provide mosquito control for?
Only Richmond County. This is a Richmond County program.
Would it be?
I would like to.
Requested by the commission.
Yeah, I'd like to address any
Right.
concerns or contradicting opinions about that.
I've seen personally the vehicles in Columbia County.
Commissioner from the 8th.
I'm
Mayor Pro Tem, you still have the floor, sir.
All right. If you could get that information to us, that'd be greatly appreciated. And thank you for coming.
I will. May I address the comment about the vehicle in Columbia County?
Yes, ma'am.
So up until this July, we had a small grant from the CDC, about $35,000, to do trapping and testing of mosquitoes in our other counties. And if there was a vehicle in Columbia County labeled mosquito control, they were either at a meeting or they were conducting some of that other county testing, or there was an infraction made. But we do not provide any mosquito control services outside of Columbia County. When it comes to our spraying, I'm sorry, outside of Richmond County. Outside of Richmond County, this program is 100% a commission program. It's funded 100% by Richmond County Commission. The only state dollars we get are for the raises that our employees have received that work for mosquito control, because they are actually part of the state employee role. So again, we're transparent here. We want to provide information. We're not here to sway your decision. We're strictly here to provide information. And I'm glad to take back and investigate any instances of perhaps our vehicles not being where they're supposed to be.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a couple other colleagues in the queue. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I will yield to my colleague from District 5. My concern is another issue. It's not with specifically public health, please.
Okay, you got it. Commissioner from the 5th, the floor is yours, sir.
Ladies, thank you all for rushing down here, as many of our folks from the judicial side did as well. So, important conversation that we have here. You had brought up some great points that I had some curiosity about as far as the state statutes that govern that. Can you clarify the state statutes that govern specifically, and to the best of you all's knowledge, collectively or individually, kind of clarify what they state?
So the Georgia code that I will send you the specific code, it states that the governing body of each county is responsible for providing and supporting public health services in that county. It states that the commission, in this instance, is responsible for providing the word quarters, which means facilities, and the maintenance thereof. And I will throw this in. I didn't want to talk about buildings today, but because this is about people. But the fact is that in Richmond County, you all do not directly provide facilities for us as mandated in the code. We have our own facilities and we maintain those. And the monies that you provide above anything required by the state is considered unrestricted, and that's the only money we can use to maintain our facilities. Any cuts in our funding will be a cut in our unrestricted funds, and we would have to perhaps sit down and discuss how to make sure those facilities are taken care of jointly with you instead of us taking care of that on our own.
Yeah.
I hope that answered your questions.
Well, it brought some more, but I'm with you. I don't think we can get them answered right now. I think we're going to have to give the attorney and you all some time to kind of sync on really determining that piece of it. Because it sounds like this is kind of morphed into something outside of what I guess was intended from what you're sharing. As far as any funding that we're providing should be through the way of facilities and through assisting towards maintaining the facilities, not necessarily due to go towards services, correct?
Like I said, we do use those funds to maintain. That's our only funding source.
Right, right.
But in addition to maintenance going by the wayside, our priority is our people and preserving our full-time staff. But we would also have to look at reduction in force, potentially closing one health department or cutting the hours for both. And as we're getting into more of impact statements, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Donahue to continue answering your question.
Yeah, and I was going to ask for Dr. Donahue, Mr. Mayor, because some of this is going to go into her scope as the director, for sure.
All right, ma'am, thank you so much for answering our questions. We appreciate your participation here, your attendance here today, okay?
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Dr. Donahue?
Thank you. I'm Dr. Lee Donahue. I'm the health director for District 6, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do sympathize. I hear how hard this work is, so thank you for letting us be here. Public health is reliant on every county. The funds from every county make a huge direct impact in the services and ability for our nurses to provide clinical care in the health departments. We are a nurse-driven clinical enterprise, so this is imperative for us. I will tell you our patient numbers here in Richmond County. We served over 22,000 patients last year. We were the first to respond with COVID vaccines. We were the first to run drive-through events. We have really enjoyed stewarding and promoting the health of Richmond County residents in every possible way that we can. So Some of the services that are provided, I do think is worth highlighting. Our family planning services have tremendous economic impact, specifically for young women, in school. Sometimes they're still in high school. They are just getting started in their young adult lives, and the ability for them to control the size of their family has massive economic impact, any way you look at it. We provide immunizations. We work closely with the school boards to keep our children vaccinated and healthy that are attending public schools. And also, I think we probably don't shout this out enough. We do a lot of hypertensive and diabetic care as well. And we are a safety net program. So the patients who are coming to public health departments generally don't have any other options for their health care. And we do take care of everyone regardless of their ability to pay. So the impact here, you know, we can take the 10%. Everybody's got to take their own bite of it. Certainly, that was manageable, I would say. We just heard the 50% possibility come out this morning, and the impact of that would be massive. I don't want to overstate. I don't think I could overstate what that would impact as far as our services go, and the staffing goes, and the nurses that are employed. We were right there after the hurricane, right? Spraying for mosquitoes. Our environmental health people were right there inspecting those restaurants, getting them up and ready to go and feed people as soon as they could. So we do a lot. We're more than just those physical health departments, but I will tell you that a 50% cut would clip a lot of the services that we do provide.
Yeah. When was the last time, Dr. Donahue, to your knowledge, that there's been a cut proposed to your budget?
From Richmond County or from the state?
From Richmond County.
I have been the health director for 4 years, Commissioner Clark. I don't think that we've had a reduction from Richmond County. Denise, you might know that.
Yes, about 5 years ago, we were at about 1.2 million from the commission, and don't quote me on the exact year, but we did get a cut to the 900 and something thousand. And then 2 years ago for 24, I believe it was, we received the 1% cut that was later restored in the year.
Right.
So that's my recollection of the funding history.
Right. Now, so basically in the past over a decade, the numbers have pretty much stayed exactly as they are.
Correct. We've asked for level funding every year. We've not asked for an increase.
Yeah. And Ms. Allen and Mr. Schreier, if you all could keep me right, I know we have 3 or 4 different line items collectively for Department of Health. Can you all tell me what that total is while I'm asking a couple more questions? So Dr. Donahue, our friend from finance told us that a lot of your funding goes towards maintaining the buildings and otherwise, right? But you're saying that this also goes towards services and for employees?
It does. I would simplify the conversation by saying the money from the counties is the only money that's unrestricted. So all of the funds that come from the state are line itemed. This goes to family planning, this goes to vaccine, this goes to whatever. So the only dollars that we have that are unrestricted come through the county.
Got it. And right now you guys serve 13 counties for District 6, correct?
This district is 13 counties.
13 counties. So any funding that you're receiving from those 13 counties adds to your pool of unrestricted dollars, correct?
So this is audited every year. Each county's funds stay within the county.
Okay, so
There is almost no pooling ever of finances.
Yeah, and I think the biggest...
Which is why the response to the mosquito truck was, you know, this is a Richmond-funded program that stays in Richmond.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's kind of, and again, first year on the commission, this guy.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. But I think the biggest thing is really kind of understanding how all of those designations of dollars, how they are applied, how we're accountable towards them, and then even determining, because our county charter states simply not a dollar amount, not a percentage amount. It states that we have to provide funding to you all. And I think it goes back to the conversation like we were having with the courts. And that's why we're asking the questions. How are those dollars being allocated? Because if we just sit up and blindly make a decision of saying 50% cut and not knowing what the cause and effects are, then what are we creating?
Sure, I understand that more information may be helpful for the decision to be made. I'll let you know that Richmond County has funded patient navigators. So we have someone who helps impoverished women get mammograms, get referred for biopsies if something is abnormally detected. Those dollars have helped support breastfeeding coaches, if you will, right? So not everything from the state is supporting what we do in public health. A lot of the dollars from Richmond do support people and FTEs. Yes, they also do go to help provide facility care, but our biggest and most important talent is the people that we're hiring and bringing on to provide the services of public health. So facilities, I would say, is a fraction of what we do with those dollars.
Sure.
And I would also let you know that we don't have a large reserve for Richmond. It's
Do you have a large reserve for any of the counties?
pretty lean.
Do you have a large reserve for any of the counties?
Some of the counties, and this is based on their Board of Health, right? So I don't, as a health director, dictate, nor am I allowed to dictate how the dollars from the counties are allocated. That's a county-by-county decision. It won't surprise you, some of the counties have pretty big reserves, and they are okay to keep it that way. Some have a big reserve and wanted to reduce support for public health. It's highly variable across the 13 counties.
Yeah, I think the biggest
But that's not my lane. I want you to know that. Those county boards of health determine what they do at the annual audit and how those funds are used or not used.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we're up against, just like many municipalities throughout the state, we have to balance our budget. And right now, you all are a state entity that we're stating that we're giving, I think it's upwards of is it 1.5 million, the total amount?
Around 1.3, a little over 1.3.
1.3 million goes towards Department of Public Health, which is a state entity. And some of those dollars that are allocated are elective programs that we've chosen over the years, the governing bodies have chosen to add. But I think that's where we really got to understand that when we're doing this allocation of dollars towards programs that are outside of the purview of Augusta Richmond County's mission and services that they're providing to their residents, then it takes away from other entities and other services. And that's what we're up against right now, is really justifying the ROI for $1.3 million to be given to Department of Public Health, which is a state entity, as opposed to the fact, because this year you also have received from the governor, they just announced that on your website, $436 million has been allocated for, which is an increase to the amount of dollars that go to DPH, has been allocated towards the services provided across the state. So I think, and this isn't a direct attack on you all, so please don't take it as such, but we're up against the challenge of trying to balance the budget, but also trying to make sure that we show the justification of what dollars that we're providing and how they're disseminated across the board. We had a massive conversation with our courts, and they presented an amazing case of why they need more funding. But right now, we have to determine what do we need to keep and what we need to potentially minimize as well.
So I would just add, if I could, yes, it's a state it's a state agency, the Department of Public Health. We are only 30% funded through the state.
Right, but you also get federal funding as well, correct?
Only the WIC program and our Ryan White program receive federal funds. This is a state, the state funds are about a third of what we operate on. The federal funds are a separate intention.
All right. So, Mr. Mayor, I know we still have to obtain some more clarity. They have to get us some information. We have to give the attorney an opportunity as well to kind of balance out these statutes. And then we really need to get a clearer understanding of the balance of 13 counties and how we fit in that. And we're probably the biggest one out of that 13, right?
Richmond is the lead county in this district. So
Right.
each health district has a lead county, and it's been Richmond. And so Richmond has a bigger state allocation because of that. And Richmond is, for a lot of reasons, going to be the biggest county when you look across the 13.
Yeah, sure. So I think that's something, though, that Mr. Mayor and colleagues, we're going to have to look at, either talking to our colleagues or our legislators and advocating for more dollars to be, given to Richmond County's program. But I have a problem with us just taking it upon ourselves to do it without making the ask. And I don't know if that ask has ever been made. Now, you all have been here much longer than me, so if someone could clarify, have we ever made an ask to the state for additional funding? To the state?
What percentage does Richmond County government represent towards your budget for Richmond County? 30% from the state? What percentage comes from?
So 1.3 million from Richmond County. Our operating costs for Richmond are about 11 million, 12.
Yes, that doesn't, our current budget for this year is 10-point-something million. It was 11 million last year. We've managed to do some of our own efficiencies to bring that down. And one thing to remember, that 1.2 million.
1.3 million.
Well, that's two pots of money. One is for the health departments and one is for mosquito control.
Okay.
The state does not support the mosquito control program at all. So what we're talking
Why
about.
doesn't the state support mosquito control? Can you all clarify that? Why the state doesn't support that?
It's unusual that Richmond's mosquito control program is housed within the Department of Public Health. Other municipalities have their own mosquito control program, like Savannah. It's not managed by DPH. Why is Richmond this way? Because your previous commission members asked for the mosquito control program to be managed through public health, and we've done that for decades.
So of Georgia's 159 counties, Augusta, Richmond is the only county that's managed through DPH.
I believe that that is true, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so let's get back. $11 million budget, 30% from the state.
Actually, it's interesting, if I could, excuse me. The Richmond County Board of Health predates the State Department of Public Health. You know why?
No, educate us.
The Civil War, the Revolutionary War, was a hot mess because of all the mosquitoes.
Oh, wow.
Washington said, move the arsenal up to the Somerville campus. They were too close to the water. So I do find this interesting, excuse me, but the Richmond County Board of Health was started largely because of mosquito-borne encephalitis infections and deaths.
That began in the Civil War.
Yeah, it goes way back, but it predates the state public health department. So Richmond has its own constitution that's a little bit different, just so you know.
Right.
I thought that was interesting.
All right, I just need to get back to the math regarding the budget. 30% from the state, you only get about $1 million from Augusta, Richmond County. Where does the rest come from?
So our health departments, we don't turn anyone away, but they do generate fees. So we have an environmental health division. They generate fees when they do septic tank inspections, soil samples, restaurant inspections. There's fees associated with that. We do capture insurance. So our insured patients really do generate, particularly in Richmond and Columbia, a decent amount of return. And where else do we get? Oh, that's right. Vital Records is the little engine that could. Vital Records generates almost $1 million a year.
All right.
And that's also a little unusual, but that's where some of it comes from.
Okay, thank you. Sit tight. We got 3 colleagues in the queue. Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th. Madam, the floor is yours.
Mayor Johnson, I have one question regarding public health, and my other question is still about the budget cuts.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to commend you all for what you all do on a monthly basis. I was just last Thursday, I think I was with the breast cancer, the mammogram program at May Park, and I know you do once a month with the Department of Public Health, the showers and that kind of thing. So I know you all are working in the community, and I would hate to see that we actually cut programs, community programs. And I know we keep saying this is a state agency or state, but we have to understand that we provide community programming here in Richmond County. And I won't speak of the other counties because I'm concerned about it, but basically I'm concerned about what the cut would do in Richmond County for the programs that we are providing for Richmond County. So I don't want us to take away, cut funds because you're a state agency. So I do understand that, and I hope my colleagues as well. And I think we can actually look at some other ideas, but I will defer to my colleagues from District 4 and District 5, and I'll still come back, and I'm going to stay in the queue to talk about the cuts that's going to do major impact to other communities. But thank you for what you're doing, and I'll come back, Mayor Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Scott from the 9th. Chair recognizes Commissioner Leonard Wimberly for the 4th. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we cut the 50%, which of your clients will be mainly impacted?
I haven't discussed this with the staff at all, but at a 50% reduction, I would be very seriously looking at the South Augusta site and its viability.
Okay. And what would the county have to do to make up that difference in providing service? Would you think we would be able to do that in-house to make up the difference?
One of the biggest challenges for the population that we serve is transportation.
Okay.
And, Laney is on a bus stop, a bus route. A couple of bus routes go by that health department.
Right.
South Augusta is busy. It's really in a medical desert where it's located. There aren't a lot of other options for health care. But a 50% reduction, I'd have to look at the viability of that second site.
Okay. And I'll have to say, and thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, when I'm reading documents and I see them having labels, and then I read based off what that label say, and you have up here on the screen, you're talking about Augusta Museum and all that, but I'm told that that's not what we're discussing. And on page 1 of this document here, the table of content, right at the very bottom there, it talks about the Augusta Museum, Lucy Laney, but at the very top, it's talking about the Department of Health, which I think we just discussed. So that would be in the same category as I was asking in reference. I know they would not be able to answer about the library. That was a question for the commission. And what will we do? Are we going to cut the library? And so these are, in fact, non-governmental, how you got to label as outside agencies. So what am I supposed to believe that we're discussing? Outside agency, non-governmental agencies, or what are you going to call them? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Right now, they're considered non-government organizations, but some of them are closely tied to our government. Commissioner Scott, I see you still in the queue, madam. Your mic is still on. Is there anything additional you'd like to add?
Not to
All
public
right.
health, sir.
All right.
Sorry.
Commissioner Don Clark?
Yeah, I don't have anything else for Department of Public
All
Health.
right. Thank y'all so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right. All right, Commissioner Scott, you mentioned there was a question. You need to come back in the queue regarding something.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Johnson. I just wanted to reiterate the proposed closing, cutting our library services, potentially cutting, especially at a 10%, I believe. We still have not decided what we're going to do. However, a 10% cut to the libraries, because they're NGOs, that means we're actually going to close potential Diamond Lakes. We just heard from Public Health, if they have to do some if they have to take a cut that we're proposing, that means closing our South Augusta Public Health. That's very alarming, especially when it's in a medical desert. I think we got a long ways to go, and I think it's something that we need to consider and not take it lightly. So I just wanted to bring that back to the forefront, that the need is there. What we do and how we do it is going to impact our constituents. And with the raising rates on almost everything, I just don't see how we're going to be able to cut like we're cutting. I think we need to have some other alternatives on what we need to do and how we need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. From the 9th, are you requesting that alternatives be presented by the administrator and our interim finance director? Because, I mean, we keep going back in circles. If you cut somewhere, you got to raise revenue somewhere. So do you want the finance director or the administrator to provide those recommendations, or as a governing body, do we continue to kind of churn through this document? Yeah.
I think we all almost have to, Mayor Johnson, and I would like to hear what do you think?
Well, unfortunately, we're in a bad position, and I've been sitting here trying to hold my tongue. As you know, everybody's asked for more money, and we're 4 mills away from a cap. 4 mills gives us $32 million. I think the ask that's been made in this room today probably far exceeds $32 million. Probably far exceeds it. So at some point, we got to right-size this government. You have to right-size the government. If we can't balance our budget, we'd have to turn our charter back into the state. We become insolvent. So you got to make those tough choices, and they need to be made. So I think, the cuts, most importantly, need to be made. Where they're made, I don't know. I think that's a discussion for all of us, and we're having it. But 4 mills, $32 million from the cap, and we're faced with, $6.8 million right now to balance the budget based on the recommended cuts?
More than that. Yeah, more than that.
More than that after today. So, every time I've asked for consensus on what started with a 1.69 million mill increase, I didn't get a single hand. So the administrator came back after doing some work, and it came down to 0.85 mil. I did get, I think, 2 or 3 hands. Then we asked for a 1 mil to try to fund some of these other agencies, and I still don't get any hands. So, I mean, I think at the rate that we're asking, maybe we need to go back to the 2 mil rate to fund the NGOs. Is there any appetite for that? 2 mil. $2 million, Madam Administrator, will that give us the money to fund the NGOs? Is there 6 for that? If so, we could wrap up and be done with this and take lunch and move on to the commission meeting. So I'm gonna ask for consensus. $2 million, well, I wanna make sure that's enough. Will $2 million give us the money to fund the NGOs fully and satisfy the needs of law enforcement? But will that give us the dollars that we need?
Yes, sir.
All right, $2 million. Show of hands for consensus.
Questions?
All right. Commissioner from the first?
Well, Commissioner Clark is in the queue before me.
All right. Commissioner Clark is yielding.
He yields. Thank you, sir. Question. So, a couple questions. The NGOs highlighted in yellow, from what I understand, are discretionary, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we haven't made a decision. Well, let me back up. I thought that we made a decision to not cut the ones that are non-discretionary. Is that right?
So it was 10%, 30% and 10%.
30% of the discretionary, discretionary.
Yes, sir.
And then 10% of the
10%
non-discretionary.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And with all of the recommendations that you gave us and we somewhat consented on, that would still leave us how much to fill the deficit?
That was about 8, I have to pull it back up. Because we included, so we would still be short, we'd still be short roughly around 7 million if we don't make a decision on these 2 items.
If we did the $1 million increase, what are we short by?
Oh, the 1 mil increase?
Mhm.
Okay.
What are we short by? We're short by 936?
Have 936.
We will have 936 in surplus. Help me understand. If we took the $1 million increase.
Oh, the 870. Yeah, if we continue with the reduction that we've included originally. That's what you're asking, Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, if we took the recommendations on the $1 million increase side to include the 8, well, we still got to talk about HCD reductions, but let's just say in a perfect world, all this lined up, we took the $1 million increase. What do we have left to fill? We don't have anything left to fill, correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
It would give you a. Oh, yeah.
That's right. No consensus on HCD.
But if we did, I think, yeah, he said in a perfect world, if we did everything with that 1 mil, I'll just make sure I understand it. That's what you're saying.
That's what I asked.
Okay.
In a perfect world, if we went with what you suggested and we took the $1 million increase, this meeting adjourns.
And everything else was consented.
Everything else is consented.
Without the additional NGO reductions, because that was one item that was not consented.
Yep.
It would still give you 936 to the good.
And that the $8 million would go towards balancing the law enforcement fund to include the sheriff's office and court needs, or
whatever needed to be balanced.
Whatever is left to be
Yes,
balanced.
That's correct.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay.
Would you like to put that in the form of a motion, Commissioner from the first?
I'm still asking questions. I'm still trying to figure some things out here. Because so my biggest hang up, I'll tell you, my biggest hang up here is that, of course we know that additional NGO reductions would be, I just don't think we're at the point of doing that yet. The HCD conversation, I think, needs to be held because we found some things out we need to have a conversation about. But if we're able to increase revenues and spread the love across the board, and then we're confident that this will help us sustain into years after, I think we just need to have reassurance that that's what's going to be the case. Now, I also know that we're going to go line by line, or there was conversation about going line by line while we're up here. So if we're going to do that, I think we need to go ahead and get that done before we go through the commission meeting, before we start agreeing on this particular item. So my question was just simply, if we did all these things and the mill increase brought us $8 million in, where is it going? And if it's going across the board, then okay. But I would still be interested in us looking at this thing line by line, like the Mayor Pro Tem suggested, and seeing what we come up with. But I don't think it's a matter of no one knowing what's at stake here. It's just we want to make sure we're doing due diligence to scrub as much as we can.
All right, so there's no call for consensus on a $1 million increase. Not at this time. Commissioner from the 5th, Don Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, taking cues from what DPH said when they were up here, and I thought that was pretty interesting. Dr. Donahue said that they have had to generate a number of creative and innovative solutions to generate revenue. That's our problem sitting here right now. We need to generate more revenue. We're not going to be able to fund everybody and every request that everybody wants to hold on to. And that's what keeps pushing us forward and pushing us back, because everybody hears another sentiment that pulls at the heartstrings and it takes us further out of scope. At the end of the day, the discretionary funding is not mandated. It's not something that's mandatory that we have to do. There are aspects of this list, according to what Commissioner Wimberly was asking for, that are to a point mandated. And I say to a point because some of them have been mandated because it's been kind of a historical trend that we're doing some of this stuff. I think the biggest thing is this. Right now, we have to determine, because even on the discretionary list of funding of organizations, it's probably 4 or 5 of them that do exactly what DPH does. So we have an overabundance of duplication. And in one hand, that's a blessing to have a community that has so many different line items of effort that can catch the gaps of, like Dr. Donahue said, if someone is limited due to buses or whatever. The bottom line is this: we cannot continue carrying the funding for this. It's not sustainable. This thing has morphed into something that is well outside of the scope of what the mission is intended to be. And it's taken away from the services, it's taken away from everything that we're mandated to do, because we're trying to forcibly hold on to things that we are not, number one, managing, number two, governing over, or have any defined processes or policies in place on how we do it. I hear the commissioner from the second's plea for a program, but guess what? It doesn't exist today. And even if it did exist, it would be preferential to keep all these people that have been on here for years to stay on there without having them go through a competitive process, period. So at the end of the day, I'm going to stand on what I stand on. This discretionary list of funding needs to be cut significantly, if not completely, period. And I get it. We're saying that they're adding value in this regard. Some of these, you all that have been up here much longer than me, some of them, you don't even know where it even started or when it began. There's one on here right now for parking allocation to assist with Olmsted Stadium. How long has Olmsted been shut down? And why the heck do we still have funding going to Olmsted? So listen, let's stop playing with this thing. It's stuff on here. It's stuff on here. If I asked some of you all and we went line by line on it, some of you all would be just as perplexed as I was when trying to even understand what the heck they're about or what they're doing today. There's some on this list that are providing more benefit to other counties outside of Richmond County. At the end of the day, folks, we can either keep talking and playing around it or not, or get to the bottom line of it. Bottom line, we need more revenue. The only way we're going to be able to get revenue is to increase the freaking millage rate. We're also going to have to make the defined cuts. We can't hold on to everything and everybody that has a great story that's tugging at your strings. Because at the end of the day, then we're being preferential over those other ones that are doing the same exact thing in the community, and we're not giving them anything. So at the end of the day, y'all, we got to get to the core of what we got to do. We're going to hold up our entire day and our entire commission if we don't really come to consensus of what the heck we're going to do. And I don't want to have consistent conversations about holding on to an organization that is not our mandated responsibility to keep funding. So at the end of the day, y'all, we have to determine, are we going to do a millage increase? And if we are, how much are we going to cut off of this NGO list and have a discussion about HCD? Those are the three on the table right now. We also need to come up with a balanced perspective of how we're going to do it for the law enforcement, because we heard them as well. So my whole thing is for the NGOs, the discretionary ones, I say we start because if we're going to look at starting a program like Commissioner Pulliam is saying, then we need to clear the slate on that so that we can start from a fresh perspective versus this overly drawn out historical legacy one that we have in front of us. We can't do all of it. So the 10% that we stated for the mandated is what I'm going with, and then we need to go across the board on removing those to make room for this program that Commissioner Pulliam is established. And I apologize, I'm boring you down there with your rude sentiments, but at the end of the day, we got to get to better understanding of how we're going to do it. And I haven't heard from you anyways, Commissioner Lewis, on how you're going to do it.
Keep it germane to what you were talking about. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Clark, you've yielded. Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Mr. Mayor, we sit back, been doing this quite some time. The staff has been working their tails off at it every which way. We request recommendations. She's done it. Staff's done it. It's simple. Our expenditures is beyond our revenues, in a nutshell. We look at one organization within our government, the sheriffs, and then we bring up other organizations saying that we're not treating people fairly. We got some hard decisions to make, and I can promise you nothing's happening since we've been here at 9 o'clock this morning, except a lot of discussion, a lot of want to keep this, want to keep that, but we're going to have to do some cuts. I'd rather go through this budget book, which we have not even looked at line by line. That's something I don't think has been done in the past. We always, look at the numbers that's presented to us, but I think that'd be our next step, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm probably going to get to it just shortly. Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually going to suggest that we go line by line as well.
All right.
Unless, well, we don't even have colleagues up here to entertain a motion.
Is there a motion that you'd like for the colleagues to entertain, sir?
This definitely does not get me personally where I think we need to be, but I'll make a motion that we approve the budget as presented on the right-hand side with the $1 million increase that the administrator says will leave $936,560.
All right, there's a motion and there's a proper second for the budget presented by the administrator with a $1 million increase. It does include HCD reductions as it stands at $470,000. And it includes NGO reductions at 30% discretionary, 10% other, which leaves us $936,560 to be used for the fund balance. Commissioner, if I have a motion in a second, Commissioner Scott from the 9th, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I thought it was further discussion with the HCD.
There has been a request for discussion, but the colleague from the 9th from the 8th has presented a proper motion to adopt with a proper second. We're going to vote it up or down. All right, Madam Clerk. I don't think so. Unless she requested a roll call. All right, the commissioner from the 3rd has requested a roll call. I don't know. All right, Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, you just let me know. Madam Administrator, put that back on the screen so these colleagues can see it as they vote. If you don't mind, thank you so much. There you go. All right. Colleagues, we will be voting for the column furthest to the right with a proper motion made by the Commissioner from the 8th, Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner from the 7th, Tina Slindeck. And there has been a request for a roll call vote by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Excuse me. Mr. Clark. Mr. Garrett. Mr. Guilfoyle. Miss Mary Johnson.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Jordan Johnson. Mr. Lewis. Miss Rice.
No, ma'am.
Miss Pulliam.
No, ma'am.
Miss Scott. Mr. Wimley.
No, ma'am.
Okay, that motion fails. 1 to 10.
Yes, ma'am. What was it? Commissioner Slindeck.
Ms. Slindeck voted no?
No, she voted
Oh, I'm
yes.
sorry. You're voting yes? Okay. Okay, that's 2.
2 to 9?
9,
2
yes,
to 9.
sir.
All right, Madam Clerk, we've been at this for a while. The time is now 12:57. We're going to recess for lunch. Well, Commissioner Garrett, I see Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Garrett. Before we recess for lunch, come on. Commissioner Johnson, you have the floor, sir.
I was just, all right. Well, I'm not going to get away anybody's lunch, but I think we have work to do here.
Yeah.
Anyhow, 2 questions. Is number one, with the NGO list, we should be open to calling out any NGOs that we think should be cut completely or cut more on the board. Go through the list. If we think that we need to go ahead and start going through this, go through it. It makes no sense to just talk about it and then not make a recommendation. Go through it. Let's see what happens from there. And then the second thing is the HCD reductions. Does that conversation need to be held on the floor, or is that a conversation that needs to be held in an executive session?
Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Johnson, if you would please repeat, I was having an email that was kind of urgent I had to respond to. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. For the HCD reduction conversation, should that conversation happen on the floor, or should that conversation happen in executive session?
If it is going to be addressing particularly individuals and personnel, it would be an executive session. If it was a matter involving a policy issue of reduction of the size of the department or something that way, that would be more of a policy and would be on the floor.
Have we met the requirements to have a executive session to discuss that before coming out for a commission meeting today? Because I think that's a big part of this conversation as well.
We, on this agenda, this is the agenda for the 18th. We have on that agenda an executive session for real estate, legal, and pending litigation. We've actually had one executive session during this meeting, but there's no prohibition against having a second executive session.
You're talking about for today?
Well, we are still meeting on the 18th.
But to get clarity on this issue today, we cannot have one?
We can, this body during the November 18th meeting, which has been reconvened on today's date, we can go into executive session for the 18th meeting. We can't go into any executive session for the December 2nd meeting.
We should go into executive session for the 18th meeting to further discuss.
Yes, if it's individual personnel matters, we could go into that.
Mr. Mayor, I would request an executive session.
All right. Madam Clerk, the Commissioner from the
Or items of personnel.
Has requested an executive session tied to the meeting from the 18th to discuss personnel related to the $470,000 reduction in HCD, which Attorney Plunkett has deemed appropriate. Madam Clerk, do we need a second for that?
Yes.
All right. Is there a second to that motion, please?
I'm going to second it because I think Commissioner Johnson knows what he's talking about.
All right. It's been seconded by
Don't make me respond. Don't make me respond.
Brandon Garrett. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
And that way y'all can get a little lunch in. Commissioner Lewis? Lewis? Is that
All right.
That motion carries as unanimous with Mr. Clark out.
All right. I want to remind my colleagues that this will be a working executive session because we still have work to do. So, Madam Clerk, we're now recessed to executive session.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. We will be back momentarily. All right, ladies and gentlemen, really appreciate your patience. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. What
All right.
direction?
We're prepared. We're prepared to call this recess back to order. But before I do, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege to welcome Augusta Tech's new president, who happens to be in our building today, Dr. Kendrick Hooks. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Augusta, Richmond County. If you would, if you come to the mic here, we'd love to give you a couple of minutes to introduce yourself and to welcome you to Augusta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kendrick Hooker. I originally, well, first and foremost, thank you for this welcome. Mayor, thank you so much for this. And over the last couple of months, I've had the privilege of being able to engage with members of this community, and it has been everything that I could have imagined. I hail from a place called Clarksdale, Mississippi, and this Mississippi boy has been across a number of states, and I currently reside in Kannapolis, North Carolina, which is the suburbs of Charlotte, and I'm currently the provost of Cabarrus College of Health Sciences. I've been in higher education for 25 years. I know I only look 25, but I've been in higher education 25 years, and it has been everything that I could have imagined from the standpoint of being able to see young people who have dreams accomplish those. And I considered this Augusta Technical College, and I'm excited about Augusta Technical College because I believe in the mission that we have. We are in the business of addressing that middle skills or addressing the middle skills gap. And I think we have a number of programs that can meet your needs, that can meet the needs of this community. So I'm beyond excited to commence and start this work. I have an amazing team. We have some amazing initiatives that we're already working on, and we're going to identify many other areas to support all of you. So again, thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to meeting many of you and working with you. I will officially move to Augusta in about 2 weeks. So my wife and I are excited to eventually call Augusta, Georgia home. She's a Georgia peach already. She lives in Atlanta. So we've been bouncing between two cities. But in 2 weeks, we'll call Augusta, Georgia home. So Mayor, thank you so much for this time.
Dr. Hooker, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. We're looking forward to welcoming you and the continued great work at Augusta Technical College. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
All right, Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to authorize you to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Just one, sir. We request a motion to extend the interim general counsel contract that is expiring December 31st to June 30th, 2026.
So moved.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. There is a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Excuse me. Clark out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, does that conclude your motions?
That does.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I call this recess meeting back to order. I want to let the general public know, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here for the 2 o'clock scheduled regular commission meeting. However, our city charter requires that we vote and adopt a budget before we can move forward with any further meetings. So this governing body is getting ready to continue discussions about the fiscal year 2026 budget. We would hope that you would like to listen in and observe. However, if you're here for business regarding today's regularly scheduled commission agenda, we cannot move forward with that until we conclude our budget discussions on the 2026 budget. So thank you so much. If you'd like to stay, you're more than welcome, but if you certainly have to leave, we would understand. Once we conclude this budget process, we will get that regularly scheduled commission meeting and get notice out to you. Madam Clerk, I think we're now ready to move back to Madam Administrator.
Okay.
Madam Administrator, I think there's a discussion prior to our recess that we would start working through this budget line item by line item, but I'll turn the floor over to you for any input before we move forward. Is there anything additional you'd like to add to this governing body?
No, sir. So we're moving to line item, not the NGOs.
Commissioner Garrett, can you clarify? You mentioned line item.
I'm good either way. We can go line item by line item of the NGOs, or we can do starting the budget. I don't really care whichever one.
Let's go. Let's start the NGOs since it looks like the NGOs are already on the screen.
All right.
All right. All right.
Mayor, can I ask the attorney a question?
Yes, sir. Attorney Plunkett.
Attorney, as we're going through these line items, and as we're trying to take action on them to give staff direction, do we need to do like we have currently done where we're getting a consensus, or do we need to adopt certain line items as we go along?
I think you could either do it, I would not do a motion if that's what you're asking. I would do it either by consensus. You could possibly do it as a consensus as to a category, or you do it line item by line item, but, probably my suggestion would be a discussion of, say, like, for instance, what's on the screen, economic development, maybe discuss all 4 or 5 of those at one time, and then at the conclusion, you could go through a very quick consensus on each item, rather than doing a consensus NGO by NGO. It may take a little bit extra time, but that would be my recommendation. But I don't think a motion is appropriate for each one.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Garrett, you still have the floor.
Well, I was going to offer I can help us navigate through this, or all right. Well, let's start with the Augusta Museum of History. I know that one is one that we currently own and finance, or at least support each year.
And Commissioner Garrett, if I may, for clarification, the Augusta Museum of History under the previous proposal would receive a 10% cut?
I believe is this the number we're looking at?
Yes, sir. It is 10%.
It's 10%. All right.
All right.
Could I ask or make a recommendation in another way that we look at it? So one of the items that we looked at, one of the areas, I think Commissioner Johnson requested that we categorize these items. One, to probably see if we have duplication of some of the things that we're doing. And I don't want to speak out of turn, Commissioner Johnson. But so we just talked about, for a period of time, the Department of Public Health. And we know that the Department of Public Health, outside of mosquito control, gets roughly around $800-something, even with the reduction. We've also learned a lot about the Department of Public Health and how the inception of that department started prior, long time ago, and what the charter includes as it relates to the Department of Public Health. So if you look at each of those items, and I'm not, supporting any one or the other, but if you look at the Department of Public Health and you look at the things that they're offering and supporting for your community, it gets to that tough decision. If they're doing all those respective items that they said they're doing for the public, for the community health, why do you need the other ones that are highlighted in yellow?
You said it, not me.
I'm asking the question. Those are some of the tough decisions that this body has to make. If you guys really want to look at non-governmental organization, regardless of the great job, because I know many of them do a great job in our community, But if we're really looking at what they're doing, and I know all of us heard about Department of Public Health as kids, you know, they used to come and speak at our schools about teen pregnancy and everything else. They're the ones that everybody know about. So if they're doing all these things that in South Augusta and everywhere else, on Laney Walker, they have all these offices, and I'm not disputing any of the other ones and the benefits to the community, but that kind of helps you determine who's got the most impact for your community.
All right, well, Madam Administrator, let's put them in a bucket. How many others outside of Department of Public Health are healthcare related? Let's just go through the
Right in
list.
front of us.
Right in front of us.
All right,
Let's
so-
just check them off.
Yeah, so I'll start this, but do we want to really start in public health, or do we want to start at the top and work down?
I think public health has been the discussion, so let's start in public health first.
All right.
All right.
All right. To me, I think that from what we heard earlier, the Department of Public Health covers a lot of the categories, as well as probably even more than some of these smaller entities can do. So if it was me, I think that we consent keeping the Department of Public Health. But I think that in the future, we need to move it off the NGO list. I think that if it is truly required by Georgia Code, as we were told earlier, as well as by our charter, there's no reason why it should be in a line item categorized as an NGO. But I do think that for future planning, we do need to come up with what the figure is that we are mandated to fund this program through. But as far as the others, I see no need in keeping all of these, because a lot of these are duplicate services. So American Red Cross, is there a consensus to remove the funding here?
American Red Cross, is that more disaster related, or is that is categorized as health? Help me understand American Red Cross, and why are we funding them? What is their responsibility to Augusta, Richmond County, and why are they categorized as public health?
So according to their information, it was prevent, prepare for, and respond to emergencies for the citizens of Augusta, first aid service, pay medical needs, disaster mental health services. So that's why it's under the public health category.
I understand. All right, Commissioner Garrett.
I think I've said all I want to on this one.
All right, so American Red Cross, Lamar Medical, Miracle Ministries, Project Access, Serenity Behavioral Health.
Yep.
Commissioner from the 9th, I see you in the queue. Is there anything you'd like to add to this discussion regarding public health?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor Johnson. The ones that's highlighted, the American, Lamar, Miracle, Project, Serenity, we're saying these are duplicate services.
Discretionary.
And are we at,
Discretionary.
discretionary? And the yellow mean that we can take them off the list, or are we gonna just cut them? And who would?
I think if
are we sure? Are we
30%, correct?
Currently, they're on there for 30%.
30%.
But if, say for instance, you kept the Department of Public Health at the 10% reduction that was originally looked at, and, you know, did not continue with the other agencies, you'll save about $293,000.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Johnson. So who would pick up the service that they the ones that we gonna cut, like the American Red Cross?
And I think that's part of the, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Continue.
I think that's part of the conversation that we need to have, is that it's not this government's responsibility to keep these organizations open by the money that we give them. You know, I've said it before, if a non-government organization can't sustain itself without receiving money from Augusta taxpayers, I mean, really, when you look at some of these organizations, these are nonprofits that taxpayers could contribute their own money to and get tax benefits for. But, you know, by keeping all of these on this list, we're basically forcing taxpayers to support these programs with their tax money, and they're not even getting the tax benefit for it.
All right. Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. So in reviewing I have a question for the administrator.
Please proceed.
Administrator Allen, in reviewing, I'm looking at public health, and then I'm looking at everything under public health. We've ensured that Department of Public Health provides all of the services that the other entities provide, correct? I'm just making sure that people will be able to go somewhere.
So Commissioner Pulliam, if I can address that, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm saying yes. I'm sorry.
So I can't say they can take care of everything that these agencies are doing. I wouldn't want to put that out there. But the majority of the health items that the Department of Public Health does address.
Addresses what Lamar, Miracle Making, Project Access, and we're just decreasing it, the amount that we're giving, correct? Is that what we're saying?
No, we're looking now at dissolving these and having just the Department of Public Health is what we're looking at, I would imagine. I want to make sure I'm on the right page.
Okay, so you're saying they will completely go away? Like we will not be providing any funding?
Until the new program is established. Yes, ma'am.
Application process.
Now, you mentioned there's a $93,000 savings. When I add up these categories, if you were to not add to this budget, to me, it's 400.
No, $293 extra $1,000.
That's 293 extra. Now.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I might have said 293.
Okay. Commissioner Pulliam, you still have the floor, ma'am.
I'm going to breathe over it for a second.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to offer, if I could just list the NGOs that I think that we should absolutely support, and just leave it to colleagues to discuss from there. Is that in order, sir?
Yes, sir. You could provide a list, and it gives us an opportunity to review as we're having these discussions. If you want to provide a list, we're ready to write. If you're ready.
Okay. Out of the discretionary, I would suggest continuing to support the Lucy Laney Museum.
Okay.
The Mock Academy, Child Enrichment, the Greater Augusta Arts Council. All three. But again, that's for more discussion if necessary, but all three. And I would ACE. And then I would also like to make mention that on the non-discretionary, I am in full support of divesting from the Armory, the Forestry Commission. I don't know what our responsibility is to the Savannah River Land Trust, so I would love to get some more information about that. I would like to continue supporting the Department of Public Health. And I would also like to understand more about what our responsibility is to the Department of Family and Children's Services. And we can start there. Of course, the Land Bank and then the Development Authority and the Regional Commission are not, I don't think, are really up for discussion. But everything else.
Wait a second, repeat those, the Land Bank?
Land Bank, Development Authority, and the Regional Commission, I believe that we have some type of responsibility there as quasi-government agencies. So I wouldn't suggest eliminating those. The Band of Brothers Juneteenth is, I believe, a 5-year agreement that we have, and so I would pause on that one. But I just wanted to offer that as a starting point, or as additional to where we are.
Okay.
And I would be interested in knowing that if we just funded the ones that I mentioned, what would that savings be? What money would we have remaining to put towards our efforts?
So we got to give us time to go. So give the administrator time to go through the ones that. So we need to go through that list. So for the public, we'll know.
And that's just me. That's just me. So anybody else can jump in.
Can I confirm that list, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson. So the ones that you want to continue with, and correct me if I'm wrong, so we can start trying to put these numbers in. The Laney Museum, Mock Academy, Child Enrichment, the Arts Council. ACE would be separate because the funding does not affect the general fund.
Okay.
Okay. And the ones that you're okay, or want additional information on would be the artery, the forestry, and is it the land trust?
I'm fine with divesting from the Armory,
Oh,
the
okay.
Land Trust, and the Forestry
Okay,
Commission. But I want
divesting those,
Yes,
okay.
but I want to know what our responsibility is to the Land Trust, to DFACS,
Okay,
and that's it.
okay, thank you. We'll be working on that.
Now, of course, we want to maintain, I believe, the DDA, and there was one other I just saw,
The CSRA Regional Commission?
the Regional Commission, the Land Bank, the Development Authority. Yeah, that's it. That covers. Just what would that savings be for us?
Okay,
And then all the groups that did not get called can always come back and reapply once we set a funding.
yes, sir,
Okay.
once we put a process in place, yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right.
And can we get a list of those groups?
Did I
Because we
mention the
wanna make sure-
library? Yes, I did. Okay.
Madam Administrator, once you do your totals, we need to know what groups that the commissioner from the first did not recognize, so we kind of know what those are.
All right,
All right.
yes, sir, we'll
All right.
work on those.
All right, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the third. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we go through this process, each of us are going on this dais, most likely are going to have our own opinions as to who to keep and who to let go. And we're going to be here until next week at this rate because I know that each one of us are probably going to have our inputs on which ones to check off and which ones we want to hold on to. So I'm a little bit confused here right now as to some of the ones that are going to be named from a colleague I might not agree on. And I feel like that's going to be the same way with every one of us. So is there I understand doing line item by line item, but we also we're at a deadline. We've got a deadline here. Is there another way we can figure this out? Because right now I'm a little bit, I don't want to say confused, but all of us are going to have our own opinions on what to keep. And it's not, everybody on this list feels like that their NGO is just as important as the other. And so we got to be mindful of that. And if we're supporting one, the other's going to be like, why didn't we get it? So here we are again. I feel like back where we were a few weeks ago. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. I would be in agreement that, these, if we go on line by line, these discussions should have been had weeks ago. And here we are at the last hour trying to have our administrator, and they're back there running the calculators to try to figure out where the savings are. Interim Director Schreier, can you come up? There was a question regarding ACE and how it's funded out of urban services and not the general fund. Can you come up?
Actually, Mayor, my question first is for the administrator. Are there any other services on this list that don't affect the general fund?
Yes, sir, we actually identified those at the bottom. It says other funds on
Okay.
that list with the highlighted areas.
Right.
Those are the other funds.
And
that come
where
from-
where are all of these funded from?
Some of it in regards to mosquito control, it comes from stormwater funds.
Okay.
Remember, we talked about that one.
Well, I see that
And then-
notated.
And then the Downtown Development Authority and ACE comes from our urban services.
So help me understand, because I asked quite a few people up here, and how does urban services not affect the general fund?
The urban service district is a separate taxing district. It's comprised of the old city.
Yep.
So if,
So basically, the general fund, as we call it, is basically the other tax district.
the general fund is the entire county, is the entire geographical county. If you live in the urban service district, you pay an urban service fee. If you live outside the urban service district, you pay a fee for fire, and I'm just drawing a blank. Fire, sorry, I apologize, I'm drawing a blank here. There's a separate, the urban service district covers, thank you, covers the fire protection fee, or fire protection millage rate, and environmental services millage rates that are outside the urban service district. So that's what pays for that. That's a carryover from the original charter.
So out of the urban services, how much of the general fund have to be input into the urban area or the urban tax district to make sure that all those services are funded fully?
Sorry, I don't understand.
I mean, I see under the urban services where, I mean, we can just start at the top. You got a clerk of commission, $8,400 out of that covers part of her department, or part of this department. IT has almost $1 million that gets funded out of that. So, but IT also has another line item.
Can I go get my?
Yeah.
What page you on?
18. Or.
It's 1126.
Ms. McFarley.
Actually, I may be misspeaking there. I may be looking below the urban service. I was looking at the totals. Where does the urban service?
Urban service fund is Fund 271.
271.
Capital.
Yep. So it's not really broken down into anything specific. All I see is roads and walkways, Augusta tomorrow, contingency, post allocation, pension, and operating transfers out.
That's correct.
All right, so.
The basic premise of the urban service district, it pays for enhanced services that the old city provided.
Such as?
Fire, environmental service.
We have fire in the rest of the county.
But there's a separate fee. There's a separate tax.
Yeah.
There's a separate millage rate.
This goes back to a conversation we've had numerous times about we should only have one tax district for this county. If we're truly going to be consolidated, we should only have one tax district. But that's.
So by the logic behind funding the ACE program out of the urban service district is that benefit, that it was an enhanced benefit to citizens that live in the urban service district.
Okay. Well, Ms. Allen, so there's only these three that are funded from other sources, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. No line items to support. All right, colleagues.
And to go back to Commissioner Johnson's, I think we were working on the calculations, it will save us an additional $638,000.
$638,000.
To move forward with the ones he recommended keeping.
And is there any way we could provide a list of the ones that we will be eliminating? Based on the keeping.
I could go down that list, or if you want, we can go ahead and print it out and provide it to you.
Let's go down it so we can write.
Okay.
We can note. Everybody get ready to note that what will be cut based on Commissioner from the First's recommendation.
So right now, we will not have the American Red Cross, Augusta Boxing Club, CSRA Alliance for Fort Gordon, Lamar Medical Center, Miracle Making Ministries, Project Access, Safe Homes of Augusta, Serenity Behavioral Health, Augusta Armory, Augusta Arsenal, Festival and Events Grants. The other ones would be the Augusta Museum of History, that was not included, the Georgia Forestry Commission, the Ezekiel Harris House, and those would be the only ones that would not be included. That would not be funded. Yes, ma'am.
What about mosquito control?
All right, wait a second. He did mention
You mentioned the museum, I'm sorry.
You mentioned museum, Commissioner from the first. You say you want to keep the museum? All right, so add the museum.
I think that was suggested a couple weeks ago.
That's already been moved.
Oh, that's been moved? Okay, well.
So we need to include
The Augusta
the
Museum.
Augusta Museum and Ezekiel Harris.
Mosquitoes.
Correct?
Yep, that's right. Move those back. And then what would that total, get that total, but I got some colleagues in the queue real fast.
All right.
Get that total for us. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8. You're still in the queue, sir.
Thank you. Is there a consensus to add the mosquito control that we currently fund? That's 500,000.
To remove it?
Yeah.
Let's see if hands by removing the mosquito control that dates back. We had a history lesson today. It dates back to the Civil War.
I was Googling how they sprayed mosquitoes
we're
back
the
then.
only county in Georgia's 159 counties that sprays or offers mosquito control. Show of hands by consensus.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
We have 2 lines for mosquito control. One is for stormwater and one is for the elective service for the residents. Which one are we talking about?
All of it.
All of it, according to the Commissioner from the 8.
One is mandated that we have to do, and that is the stormwater. Is that correct, Madam Administrator?
Sir, and Dr. Malik is here, that he can address that as well.
Well, I was talking about removing it from DPH doing it, and we move it in-house to the mandated part. Let the department let stormwater handle it.
So you're saying
Either that or remove the funding from DPH to only the mandated amount.
all right, so what's the mandated amount? Is that through stormwater?
Yeah.
What is that amount through stormwater? Dr. Malik, can you clarify what is the stormwater fee amount for mosquito control? And as part of stormwater, do other counties, I just have, does other counties that have stormwater fees, do they have to pay the mosquito control spraying as well?
Yes.
Good afternoon. To my knowledge, no, Columbia County, I don't think they paid. I was in a Griffin, we didn't pay it. So it's a service which we can revisit. They basically, primarily, which is mandated, is the inspection of the private ponds. That's mandated. And we can revisit it if the desire is to scale it back from 260 to 160, whatever, you know.
I was going from 500 to 260.
Yes, sir. Yeah, 240 goes to other function, which really, I don't know what those are, you know.
All right.
But the mandated part is this inspection of private ponds. That's mandated.
And what amount is that? How much?
That's coming out of stormwater right now. The way it's written, it says up to 260. It doesn't say we have to pay 260. It could be $1, it could be 100,000.
But that's separate from mosquito control, correct? That's a separate line item?
Mosquito control is, especially is funded through, that's my understanding, through the stormwater program. That's what they do. They inspect the pond, they spray the pond, they spray the stormwater structures, they spray the ditches. And they also, I think they also do some studies to determine if there is a health risk with the population of mosquitoes.
All right, Commissioner from the 8th, you still have the floor, sir.
Well, I stand with what I said. If the 260 number is up to what we have to do, I think for clarity's sake, it would probably be just the most straightforward way to keep the 260 and cut the 240 that we're paying extra.
So to cut the 240.
Unless my colleagues have any other suggestions.
So it's cutting 240 from stormwater plus the Okay. All right. Let's go through this queue. Commissioner from the 2nd.
Okay. It was 2 different presentations that my colleague from the 8th gave. You said the first one was to transfer what we're giving DPH to Dr. Malik. And then the second option was just to cut it all together. Is that correct?
Those funds currently come out of his department. So if it's mandated for stormwater to do those inspections or whatever, they can either contract it out for 260 or we can still contract with DPH to do it. I'm just saying scale it back from the 500,000 that we're giving DPH.
Okay. So Dr. Malik, my question is for you. If we kept it all in-house and your department did it, do you have the ability to do that? Do you have the, I guess, manpower
Yeah,
to be
presently
able?
I don't have a workforce. That's why we're struggling in general, with engineering to fill the positions. So it's doable, yes, but I don't have presently workforce. Basically I have to hire one or two individuals because, I just provided the list to administrators. There are around 800 ponds need to be inspected every year, and then we have to basically issue the letters to them in advance and then make sure all of the things. So, I'm not recommending to cut it, but definitely I would suggest that we need to revisit this $260 amount.
Okay, but then, okay, so my concern is this. If we cut it and we don't have it, and you said it's 800 in some ponds?
Yeah, it's around close, 795 or something. It's close to 800, rough
In
number.
addition to how Augusta, Georgia gets muggy and everything else, and then we're still dealing with the residual from our hurricane, what is that going to do to our general population of mosquitoes? Like, do we have those numbers? Is it worth that cut? That's my question. Because what's going to happen? We still have swamp area, we have Finnessy Swamp. Well, I know you can't spray, but it still produces mosquitoes. And so now there's nothing in the air to combat these mosquitoes anywhere. You see what I'm saying? So what are we doing? What's going to happen? What is that long-term effect? That's my question.
Commissioner from the second, again, I would add that out of 159 counties, Augusta Richmond is the only that's doing anything right now.
I would encourage citizens to build bat houses. Bats kill far more mosquitoes each night than spraying once a year will.
I know. Further questions?
Okay. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, Madam Administrator, Mr. Mayor, I got a question for the administrator.
Please proceed.
So I think we're kind of bouncing with the numbers. Can you all just kind of right size us on what we're really talking about for the mosquitoes, the number? Because we got a couple different numbers. We got the 546 that's currently slated for mosquito control, but then I think there's another 250,000, I think it was.
And that was actually included in our environmental services, I think, when we discussed the budget.
Exactly, yeah.
And we talked about the overages, the surplus could be utilized for the
Right.
environmental services fee that the governing body has approved. That would come from that portion. That portion is what is actually utilized when people call in and need areas sprayed. The 260,000, to Dr. Malik's point, is what was allocated for the respective ponds and things of that nature.
Okay, gotcha.
So does that make up this entire 546?
Yes.
Okay, so the 250 or the 260 that we're allocating for residents, and then the other that's remaining goes towards stormwater?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're looking at, so if we were to halfen this and say, okay, well, let me ask you this. What mandates what Dr. Malik is saying about the stormwater piece of it? Is that an internal policy? Is it a state policy? What is it?
I would have to defer that to Dr. Malik as part of the inception of the stormwater plan.
Right.
So that's the federal and state part of our stormwater permit, which allow Augusta to discharge water to the water of states, water U.S.
So if it's federal and state, then that means everybody across the state is doing it then, correct?
Yeah, not every. The majority has a stormwater utility now. That's the reason to comply with their permit. But I'm sure not Augusta has one too, discharging to the Savannah River. Yeah.
Okay. Madam Administrator, I know at one point in time, Augusta did have a in-house mosquito control program, correct?
No, they always, as I understand it, they always worked under the Department of Public Health, to be honest.
Okay,
even
so it
when
was
they
always under the Department of Public
located
Health.
in South Augusta at the old fire station in McBean, I think it was.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that was, I think,
So Fred and crew from back in the day, Fred was with DPH.
yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. That clears up that piece of it. I was kind of foggy on that. I thought Fred for years was an Augusta employee. All right.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly.
Matt, it's for Dr. Malik.
Dr. Malik, your request is back, sir.
If we make this funding cut, what would it take Augusta to ramp up and keep us safe from mosquito-borne diseases?
So I really don't have a response to mosquito control because I don't have a background in mosquito control, but I can respond to the permit compliance stormwater part of that, So I said earlier, 260 to me is a larger number. It need to be revisited, maybe 160 or something. But we need to comply with, and still I think they should be able to do spray and all of this stuff with that number.
And I agree with you, Dr. Malik. It was a question based off our discussion here, is that you don't have the expertise to deal with the mosquito control. And so therefore, I think we need to be talking to someone that's about whether we should get rid of this program, take these funds away, because I don't ever want to see us exposed to mosquito-borne diseases.
Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. All right, Madam Administrator, give us a new total. I know we removed the Augusta Museum of History and Ezekiel Harris House. What's our number now?
So the number now would be $463,420.
Is that the amount of savings by?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
By adding the Ezekiel House, the Augusta Museum.
So the number went down.
Yes, because it was originally 600 something for savings.
All right. So $463,420 in savings opportunity. All right. Colleagues, we're on the clock. We've been at this for a while. Here we are going line item by line item, and this budget, it's a big book. There's one page of it. So, I mean, you got to work at it. We got to make some decisions, or we're going to be here. We won't finish this year unless we come up with some decisions. Commissioner Clark from the 5th.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, so I know Commissioner Johnson brought up some organizations that we want to hold, and I can understand the need to want to hold them because they're important, pieces. They bring important services. But at the end of the day, what we're up against is what's the best use of dollars. And we're also up against the fact that we have to maintain following the mission of us up here. One of the commission vision statements is to establish a focus that is citywide, focusing on the whole of Augusta being more than the sum of its individual parts, neighborhoods, or districts. The mission statement of Augusta itself is the mission of Augusta, Georgia, is to provide all its citizens cost-effective, high-quality government services and an environment which enhances the economic well-being and quality of life in the Augusta metropolitan area. I say that because we're straying way away from the prioritizations of what the city services should be bringing to the community. I get it. We have our favorites and our things that we feel are great enhancements, but the word discretionary is much, much more different than mandated. These discretionaries are just as if any of us personally, through our own finances, chose to donate to a charitable organization. But making it a part of governmental funding or governmental services by taking away from the core function of what we're supposed to be providing for the citizens, I think we need to get out of that business. I know we're talking about establishing a program on how to govern this or even how to disseminate funds towards this, but it doesn't exist right now. And some of these programs that we have been on here since the 90s, and no one has really taken what we're doing right now. The hard look at really determining if we keep these or if we decide how we're going to do business differently. And that's what we're up against. So bottom line, when I look at this list, I look at millions of dollars that were taken away from essential services. Our judicial partners just told us earlier how much more money they need, but we're tying up the funds to support other efforts that are outside of the core functions. And me personally, if we're going to establish a program, the only fair way of doing it is going to be clearing this out, because if not, then it's going to be preferential. Anybody that we keep on here is going to be looked upon as preferential, because other organizations that are in the community right now, there's other organizations doing the same thing. But we're staying focused on only doing what's on this list. And to me, that's not a competitive process, which is what this program that Commissioner from the 2nd is presenting that we do. The ACE program is a service that we benefit from. It shouldn't be on an NGO list. If it's going to be a service that we benefit from, it should go through our competitive process. It shouldn't be on a nonprofit list or whatever what we want to call this list. If it's a service, then they should compete for it. But we're going to keep going around with this, but at the end of the day, we need to just vote it up or down on how we're going to move forward. But this right here will continue to be here back and forth trying to nickel and dime it.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 5th. Commissioner Johnson from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one clarity. Is that a motion? Is that a motion for us to vote up and down?
So for clarity, Commissioner from the 5th, what's your motion?
Yeah, my motion is to clear the discretionary list out, move out ACE onto the services so that they can go through a bidding process, and our mandated that we have, maintain it at the level of recommendation that it is.
All right, there's a motion. Madam Administrator, did you get all that?
Yes, if we're going to keep, if we're going to eliminate all discretionary, that would bring us $998,270, which was pretty much where we started originally. And you're saying the other one was to ACE?
Yeah, ACE is a service, so we need to move that to a bid process on, if we're going to have it as a service that we continue benefiting from. Right now, it hasn't gone through a bid process. Right now, it's gone through a preferential process that we say, hey, this is the service that we're going to use. Let's keep that service. But I'm sure it's going to be some difference of opinions on that.
All right.
Second.
All right, there's a second by Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Before we vote on this, can you plug that number in to our screen?
Oh, okay.
And also take away that 2% additional reduction, that 2.1 million at the bottom. That way we can get an accurate.
Take this one away, Commissioner?
Yeah, that one has not been consented yet.
Okay.
All right, pretty close.
That's based on a $1 million increase, correct? It's still based on a $1 million increase.
That is correct.
All right, so there's been a motion by the Commissioner from the 5th and a second by the Commissioner from the 8th, based on removing all the non-discretionaries. Colleagues, we're voting.
That, excuse me, that motion carries 6-5 with Ms. Rice voting yes, Mr. Clark voting yes, Ms. Slindeck voting yes, Mr. Guilfoyle voting yes, Mayor Johnson voting yes. Voting no, Mr. Jordan Johnson, Ms. Stacy Pulliam, Mr. Lonnie Wembley, Mr. Tony Lewis, and Ms. Francine Scott.
All right, Madam Administrator, we just got an affirmative vote. Can you clean that math up?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's not the full budget, though. That was just your, yeah, that was just the NGOs.
Oh, that was just NGOs? I was
Yes, ma'am.
all excited. I thought we were,
I know, I saw some
NGOs.
others out there excited too.
I know, we were all
All right.
excited. Okay.
So it's just the NGOs, and for clarity, Commissioner from the 5th, I'm gonna let you provide the clarity. So we're gonna take the 30% discretionary cuts, 10% on the others, and plus we're gonna add an additional $2 million based on wait a second. The additional NGO reductions to eliminate the discretionary for $998,270 that we just approved, correct? All right.
But if we do
All right, Commissioner from the 8th, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
point of clarity. So that means the mandated list of ones, which includes the library, the museum, and all that, still stands with the 10% reduction.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner from the 8th, you have the floor, sir.
All right. Looking at these numbers, we're getting very close. I still don't think this will pass, but we'll see what happens when we vote. Madam Administrator, if you don't mind, Mayor, can I? Do we have 165,170 we can go find somewhere?
Yes, we could take that out of contingency. Yes, sir.
We've already consented to 1% COLA. Based on last week's conversation, now we can ask for consensus again. You want to call for consensus again on the 1% COLA?
No, I'm fixing to call for a motion on what's in front of us. Motion to approve this budget as it stands.
With the $1 million increase.
With the $1 million increase, the one on the right.
Going to vote on it now. All right. The Commissioner from the 8th is made a motion to approve the budget as stated to the far right, which includes a $1 million increase. Is there a second? There's a second by the Commissioner from the 7th. Madam Clerk, we have a proper motion and a proper second.
Mr. Mayor, can I get a point of clarity, please?
Yes, sir.
Madam Administrator, with all those cuts, absent the millage increase and all those adjustments, what's the total amount that we have determined through savings?
12.
It's right, 12.9.
Okay, so that line is correct?
Yes, sir. We're verifying. Let's confirm those numbers too. I'm asking Mr. Schreiner. Everybody, finance says verified and confirm the numbers. Yes, sir.
Okay. And verified, again, Ms. Mayor, can I get clarity?
Yes, sir.
Verify, Ms. Allen, what will that result in from a tax increase for the constituents if we vote to do a $1 million increase?
It's about $7 a month for a $100,000 house, and for the 200,000 house, about $1,250. Put that somewhere else. $1,275.
So $1,275 added to what their current tax bills are right now? Per month.
Yes, sir.
Got it. And then, of course, the more your property is, the more you're assessed in that regard. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, I don't see any callers in the queue. There's been a proper motion, proper second. I see Attorney Plunkett, you're in the queue, sir.
Just for clarification on the motion, since this has a negative amount going to the fund balance, I think the motion needs to include that the $165,000 would come out of contingency. I think that's what the administrator said, that it was not in the motion.
Commissioner from the 8th, can you amend your motion with the $165,170 coming from contingency?
So moved.
Thank you so much. Commissioner from the 7th, do you still hold your second for that motion? All right, Madam Clerk, we have an amended motion and proper second. We're voting.
That motion fails 3-8 with Mr. Clark voting yes, Ms. Slindeck voting yes, Mr. Garrett voting yes. Voting no, Mr. Jordan Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Ms. Rice, Mr. Wembley, Mr. Tony Lewis, Ms. Francine Scott, Mr. Wayne Guilfoyle, and Mayor Johnson.
Madam Clerk, Commissioner from the 8th, you have the floor, sir.
All righty. I'd like to draw everybody's attention to this document that Finance gave to us earlier. Mayor, I'd like permission to start going line by line, please.
Let's do it. Let's find the cuts.
All right, we will start with Clerk of Commission. Currently, budget for 2025 is $488,540. Currently, Madam says we have spent $207,000 this year. Do you see a need for $445,180 for next year?
I sure do.
I'm just looking at even actuals from back to 24. I think we spent 376.
That's 1126.
All right, can you put it on the screen, please, so that the general public can see it?
Clerk does not have one.
Clerk does not have one. Can you have?
Medicine.
Don't worry, there's only 44 pages.
Realize I was that rich.
I'm rich and as low as you got.
In name only. So we're going with 445, 180?
That's after the 3%.
That's after your 3% decrease. Is that still an accurate number for what you need for your department?
Yes, sir. If I need more, I come back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You act like you know somebody.
I think, so 2024 is 376.
Do you think that you could do 400,000 next year?
We'll do our best.
I'm just looking at the 2024 and then where you currently are for 2025.
We'll do our best.
If it's the will of the body, could we cut the commission budget to 400,000? Any objections? All right. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Your 2025 budget was $598,980. You've currently spent $407 this year. You are budgeted next year with your reduction at $583. Looks like in 24 you actually spent $529. Do you foresee yourself, your office needing this $583, or are there any cuts there that you could take?
I can take some cuts, I think, but keep in mind in 2024 we had, I'm sorry, Interim Director Schreier.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna defer over to Tim. And I think this is a great exercise, but Finance has gone through these numbers. I know it looks as if there's room for additional cuts. I will remind the governing body that you cannot cut your way out of this problem. We can stay here all day. Unless you guys want to cut departments that have a $7 million total budget and cut the whole department out.
With all due respect, ma'am, we just put a motion on the floor that had a $1 million increase. It was not supported.
Yes, sir, I understand. I'm just saying, this is one of the, I'm just saying, we have gone through this budget over and over as it relates to the line items, respective items, Commissioner Garrett.
All right, well, if we're not going to get there this way, then.
No, I'm not telling you not to. I'm just saying, I'm letting Tim explain the difficulty in getting us to where I think you guys want to go.
Interim Director Schreier.
Well, I appreciate what you're trying to do. The issue is if you reduce the clerk's budget by a lump sum, we still need to go into the individual lines, salaries, benefits, operational expenditures, and reduce that amount. And without direction, how are we supposed to do that? And is that the administrators at my discretion, or I mean, if you're going line by line, you need to go every expense line by every expense line.
Can we leave it at the discretion of the department, kind of like the exercise when we were discussing or preparing for the budget, to let the department decide where to make the cuts?
And if they don't, I'm just asking. We've had that issue in the past.
And if they don't, I mean, if it's the will of this body and the action taken by this body, they will be presented with a number, and it would be left up to them to determine how that budget is derived from their utilization.
I understand what you're doing, sir, but again, I'm just practically speaking. In the past, we've used it's called a current year reductions. We put that in the budget. Some departments went through the process of eliminating specific line items in their budgets. Other departments did not. So what I'm asking is, if a department says, I can't cut $80,000, I can only cut $70,000, that other $10,000, who makes that call about which line to reduce to get it to the level of? I know this is really into the weeds, but if we're doing line by line and department by department, that's where we need to go.
Commissioner Rice from the 3rd.
Okay.
Sit tight, Interim Director Schreier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I've been hearing, and let me put it in layman's terms, because I see probably a lot of people who are watching this on live stream and some faces that are out there in the audience like, what's going on? So if I'm hearing this correctly, I'm going to put it out like this. We are in a Hurricane 5 storm, and we're on a ship, and basically what it is we can't get out. Is that what I'm hearing, Administrator? That we can't get out of this. We are in a major hurricane storm, and our ship, we can't get out, but is what you're saying.
Yes,
so
sir. Yes,
let me
ma'am.
put it like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And we're just trying to be as transparent as possible. I understand what Commissioner Garrett is trying to do with going through each of them. But what Tim is saying, they have gone through a majority of these items, all of them, and their analysts have gone through them. So what you see is the total amount. But once you go into, for instance, Ms. Bonner's budget, she's already provided her recommended cuts. So to meet the 3%, if we go in any further into it, you're going to have to make it, and you're going to have Ms. Bonner to look at it and say how it's going to affect her. So it starts that conversation again. That's what we're saying. Right. I'm not saying, to Commissioner Garrett's point, that there is not additional room for additional cuts. I'm just saying. And that's what I'm trying to do, man.
All right, Commissioner Garrett, just yield, please. Commissioner Rice, you still have the floor.
I'm listening. I'm going to let Administrator Allen finish what she's saying.
So that's what we're saying. It puts us in a difficult position because now we're talking about going through and looking at things that they may have already adjusted in their line item areas, as opposed to the total funding that you see.
So we've got to, like we've already said this over and over, we've got tough decisions to make, and we have got to make these today. And if we want to go line by line, we don't have time to sit here and discuss each and every one of them. We just got to either consent it or move on, but we've got to do something. And I know you've worked so hard on this, and I do. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. And some of the decisions I'm going to be making today might really upset my constituents, but we've got to finalize this, and let's go. Let's get it going.
All right, let's go. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Administrator and Director Schrader.
Yes, sir.
The reason why we're going through the line items, we done looked at every other avenue to look for ways of cutting. Y'all have too. when we do look at the discretion, I mean, like the finance director said, hey, we did it at the discretionary of them, and they went back through their own discretionary. But when we look at history on, just the first two items that was just picked up, line item 1, back in 23, the budget amount was $342,515. 2024, it was 376. 2025, we're looking at a budget amount of 488,540. But as of 11/26/2025, only $207,316 has been utilized out of that budget. So we still have another month. And to absorb up the, $280,000 in a month, but we're going to duplicate the same thing for next year's budget. We stepped down to the mayor. I don't know if the mayor requested this amount. I don't know if the clerk had requested their amount. How did you determine who got increases, who didn't, and how did you base your increases on?
If I can address your first question.
Yes.
For the clerk's office, part of that is she has vacant positions.
Which she's always had.
Correct. But that shows on the department level. At the fund level, we've already recaptured those funds in lapsed salaries. So if you're saying reduce her budget, and I'm just picking on Ms. Bonner.
No, we just...
If you reduce it by $80,000, most likely she'd have to give up a position, which then in turn will reduce the amount of lapsed salaries that we have available. So the net may not be the full $80,000. So that's why I'm hesitant to say go line by line. We can do that, but then I don't know if you'll get to the right answer today, because we're going to have to evaluate what does that mean to this department. Is she going to give up a position? Well, that affects something else.
Okay. As far as total overall budget for 2026 that was prepared by the finance team, it had increased from 2025. And
yes, sir.
And it was at the discretion of what the team had determined who needed what. Is that correct? I know that the judicial courts and all needed it because they're going to be hiring in new people. Can you kind of give me how the mindset worked on each, not picking out one department, but how did you determine, all right, we need to give this department $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 more? IT is a big one that jumped out.
It was based on the request, it was based on our history, and it was based on meetings we had with like IT. Their biggest increases in their support for their licenses. If you want to pick on my department.
Yeah, I seen that.
Finance, that went up $400 and some thousand. Most of that is for the ADP contract, and also budgeting $400,000 for an internal audit.
Okay, with us spending money subbing stuff out to ADP, that relinquished the workload off of, I guess, people in HR. Did it relinquish or reduce any amount of people in HR?
I don't know about HR, but in payroll, my payroll manager has retired, and I'm not replacing that person. It's still going to cost me more money initially. So, and I can just speak to payroll. In payroll, I have 4 people, had 4 people. My payroll manager retired, and I'm moving one of my payroll technicians to accounting. So now it went from a department of 4 to a division of 2. So there is some cost savings. Is it the $270,000? No, but we'll increase some efficiencies and we'll make it better for the government, for the organization. If, God forbid, we have another hurricane, with ADP taking over, we don't have to worry about the fact that we don't have power here. ADP can process the payroll wherever they are. So that is one of the reasons that we looked at ADP. The internal audit, that was a decision of the body to move forward with an internal audit function. So that's why my budget went up. As far as anybody else's, yes, we looked at that. We looked at the justification provided by the department. Is it a contractual increase? Is it a health insurance increase? Is it electricity is going up? We've reviewed those items. And unfortunately, while we say we want to keep the budget flat, we want to keep it operationally flat. You're not adding any new services. You're just maintaining services, and services cost more, just based on the inherent fact of we have inflation, and we get charged more from other organizations.
Thank you. Thank you for that response.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner from the 8th was in the queue. He dropped out. Colleagues, we've only approved one item. We still got work to do. You don't want to pass on an increase, we got to continue with the cuts. That's all our only alternative. If you don't want to pass on a tax increase, we have to continue this exercise with the cuts. So I'm going to ask the interim director, Schreier, and the Madam Administrator to come up here. How many people we're going to have to send home if we can't pass a tax increase? Because we have to have a balanced budget. And you got a few.
Mr. Schreier is going to get that information.
All right.
I think it was roughly around 100 or so to 200 something, depending on the actual salaries.
Okay.
We'll get that number for you.
You got it.
And if we do a RIF, isn't there a certain amount of days that we have to give advance?
Yes, sir, 60.
So that's not even a real number either. If we gave notice today that there's going to be a RIF of 100 to 150 people, we're still not going to be able to capture the full amount that. Is that where we are, Body? Do we want to announce a RIF? Is that how we get there?
If there's not an appetite for a tax increase, I mean, that's the only way you can get there to balance the budget.
Furloughs?
Yeah, we've discussed that, sir, and 10 days is 1.7 million is all you're going to get.
So how many million we need? 8.6 million?
Roughly about 7 million.
$7 million. Commissioner Clark from the 5th?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to tell you, I've stayed committed to this whole process, stating that we need to really dig in this budget before we add any burden onto the taxpayers. And that's why I asked for that number to be stated, Ms. Allen, about how much we've really dug in and established savings. I'm going to tell you like this. This isn't it. This is only a part of it. We're going to have to keep working at this to clean up how we do business and how our resources are allocated. But I think the biggest point that everyone needs to understand is we have to generate, of course, additional revenue. And as opposed to, the whole time I've been here, and we've heard this 1,500 times in different ways, we're not going to be able to cut our way out of this. The more we cut, the more we dig in. I think we just heard the real order effects. We're cutting into the amount of employees that we have. We're definitely watering down the amount of service support that the community depends upon. We're going to have to make the decisions that others around us are making. The school board is making the decisions they're making to maintain and sustain their budget. We got to do the same thing. And it's not the most popular decision. But if we have increased cost everywhere and our services that we have currently today far exceed what our current funding is, what other options do we have? And we've been asking you all to present those to us, and you all don't have any other options to present to us. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we can keep going round and around and around with it. and nobody wants to hear another increase of anything. But if somebody has a solution, I think we need to present the solution. Because if not, we're going to keep doing this song and dance over and over. And we can't do any other business until we complete this, correct?
Right.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. So I changed my stance on any increase because we've done a great deal of due diligence just to even be where we are now. And the only other thing we can do at this point is to start all over again and do what you all have been spending endless hours doing each and every day just to even present what we have. So do we go in and say judicial, law enforcement, engineering, all these departments? Do we say, hey, give even more and take away from what folks are dependent upon? And that's why I stood on that decision about the NGOs, because they're not tied to our services. The more we hold on to them, the more we're steadily making this a more unbearable process than what it needs to be. So what do we do is the question I'm asking to the colleagues and to the mayor, because right now we don't have any other rocks to turn over.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 7th, Commissioner Tina Slindat.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I do want to thank the administrator and her office, finance, for what they've done, because I know y'all have stayed up nights, worked weekends and everything. And I appreciate you looking and finding a lot of this mess that's been here for years. We've never known about it.
That's right.
I'm just laying it out here. Now, we're kind of here because nobody wanted to be on the commission. Nobody wanted to be the ones in a year to say, we're going to up the millage. If that could have been done incrementally through the years when it was needed, instead of, we're going to do the rollback, we're going to do the rollback. But, I mean, we've been up here since 9 o'clock. We've been here for many meetings before this. And I pay taxes. I don't really want to pay more, but I'm a realist. I mean, I see that there have been very good efforts for cuts. I'm glad we made some progress with the NGOs, because I would never want to tell a City of Augusta employee, you're losing your job, because we have to throw money at this over here. But again, you know, there were bad decisions made in a prior administration with prior administrators that when it happened, I clear as bell remember sitting there thinking, how can you give permanent raises with money that's not going to renew itself with the ARPA funds? And it's like the perfect storm. Everything's just kind of come back and hit, and we have an administrator now that is pulling the curtain back. And I know there's, how many people running for re-election up here next year? 4, yeah, how many? And that's going to probably be the first thing that gets said is, oh, they voted to raise taxes. But there again, we also inherited a mess we didn't create, all on our own. So I'm going to get out of the queue and, again, just thank y'all for what you've done, and just ask the rest of you people up here. I mean, I don't think we're going to find $7 million in these 44 pages of, no matter how many departments we cut a little bit. But that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Slindat. Madam Administrator, we're still at a standstill here. There's no consensus for a tax increase, and doesn't appear to be an appetite for any discussion for further cuts. No colleagues in the queue?
This one? Okay.
All right, Commissioner, well, she's out of the queue now. All right. Looking at the slide. Yep, just change that to consensus. I think you ought to change the consensus to approved on the $998,270. There was a proper motion, second, and we voted on that, on the NGA eliminating the discretionary. No. Well, I think it's 2.1.
This one?
Madam Mayor, can I speak?
Yes, sir, you may. All right, thank you for changing that to approve, Madam Administrator. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Can we take a look at the 0.85 mil increase column? Can you take away the 1% COLA? And also take away the
Or the 2.1.
You can remove that too.
The 2.1?
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't adding back the COLA, I was eliminating it.
Yeah, it's right.
It's confusing, but we're putting that money back.
Is the formula wrong on the spreadsheet?
That's how we're set up.
Oh, okay.
That's the savings amount.
Okay.
So if we got rid of the additional reductions, there wouldn't be a savings, so that's why we zeroed that out.
I got you. That's right. Okay. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Mayor Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Mr. Mayor, I think we done squeezed this one here as hard as long as we could. This 0.85 million do away with 1% COLA should get us where we need. Would that be correct?
All right, leaves us $271,540 short. Madam Administrator, again.
That would be contingency,
Would
yes,
be
sir.
contingency. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor.
I'll make a motion for the 0.85.
All right, there's a motion for the 0.85 mil increase. Is there a second? There's a second by the Commissioner from the 5th. Madam Clerk, we're voting. No one else is in the queue.
That fails 5-6 with Ms. Rice voting yes, Mr. Clark, Ms. Slindeck, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Guilfoyle. Voting no, Mr. Jordan Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lonnie Wembley, Mr. Tony Lewis, Ms. Francine Scott, and Mayor Johnson.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
Mayor,
All
I'd like
right.
to call for a 10-minute recess.
Yes, sir, I think that's more than appropriate. We've been at it for a while. 10-minute recess. Madam Clerk, we're coming back at 4 o'clock. 10-minute recess. Thank you. All right. Colleagues on the commission, the time is now 4:03. We've been at recess for 13 minutes. Time to get back to work. 13 minutes. Been at it. Thirteen minutes.
Oh, no, ma'am. I think we're good.
All right. What we got here? All right, let's see. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we're all back seated. I call this meeting back to order. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I thought we would get better consensus than what this last, as well as what Mr. Garrett had put up on voting. Madam Administrator, I think we done tried every avenue we can, except the avenue of looking at, see how we could find money internally by how many positions. First off, what's our deficit right now?
It's still about that 7 million. So.
7 million. All right. If we did layoffs, how many positions would that take?
It would take around 125 positions, mid-level, mid-salaried positions to reach that.
125 positions. And if we did furloughs, what's that a savings per day?
Furloughs for 10 days is 1.7.
1.7.
You have to
Yes, sir.
do 30 days. You'd have to do like.
Well, so if we did eliminated 100 positions within our government and did a 12-day furlough, that should bring us close?
That would, yes, sir.
I'll make a motion that we're going to have to lay off 100 employees and do a 12-day furlough.
Now, can I make sure
Absolutely.
we clarify? If you do the reduction in force, you're doing it across the board?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's for all departments?
Yes, ma'am. There's no one department that you could select, not unless you have a better solution.
No, sir. I was just asking, including the elected officials.
Yes, ma'am. A lot of them was presenting that they would have had to make cuts anyway if we increased the reduction anyway. So this is the only path forward that we have at this time. Not unless one of my colleagues has a better solution. Other than that, that's the only path forward. So that was my motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you clarify the motion? Because I think the administrator said it included 125 positions. I think you mentioned.
No, I said 100 employees with a 12-day furlough for the rest to get us our.
Point of clarity before.
Yes.
Can we see those figures before we vote on this?
Yes, sir. We're working to get you that.
Eliminates a tax increase altogether.
We'll get you the total to see how far off we are, sir.
Thank
you. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, I think the issue with the across the board is that you could reduce, it's certainly constitutional officers, but potentially elected officials by reducing their budget to the equivalent dollar amount. But I don't think you can mandate them to eliminate positions. So it would have to be a little bit of a combination of that, just for purposes of this.
Yep.
You cannot necessarily, once you fund a budget, you cannot you can't demand that a constitutional officer eliminate or fire someone. Their budget is their budget, so you can reduce it to the equivalent. So if a person made $120,000, you can reduce their budget by $120,000, and they can figure out how they reduce the amounts.
Thank you.
Ms. Allen,
Well, they're crunching the numbers, so just give them a second.
how many departments do we currently have? 16?
Around 16, 18, yes, sir. Under the governing body, under your authority, yes, sir.
Some departments don't have, that's like finance, and the clerk doesn't have it.
Attorney Plunkett, can you turn your mic on, please?
I was saying that you would not have to only cut through the 16 budgets. You could, cut the budget of, say, the judiciary or the sheriff, and they make a decision, so to speak, if they want to cut paper or people. It's their choice of how they address their budget. So you could mandate it be a RIF for government, for the county government, to other folks, but you could not do a RIF on other departments outside of our government.
Madam Administrator, how can we move forward on this process by reducing some of the elected positions' budget in order to attain where we need to be?
So we'd first have to look at those respective positions that are mid-salaried. And I mean, it would just have to be, unfortunately, like the private sector. You give notification as our policy currently states. And you would not, it'll take, to Commissioner Garrett's point, 60 days of notification.
Right.
And unfortunately, that begins the process, sir.
Okay. Well, I didn't see other people in the queue, so I'll let them speak as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to see if the motion still stands, or because if it does, I just want to make sure when we do vote on this, that as stated, that this means there's no property tax increase. Is that correct?
They're crunching the numbers now.
That's what we're working on. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly.
And I want to be clear, too, that if we follow for 10 days, that means we're shutting the government down for that time period. Can we afford to do that?
So we could do the furloughs where each department allows their personnel to do a furlough as opposed to the shutdown. I think we did do that previously, Commissioner Wimberly. In the past, around 2014, I think when we looked at that, it was a day furlough, something that was incorporated 2013, 2014. You could do that, or you could allow for employees, to take certain days off and consider it a furlough as part of their process.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to keep this floor open.
Okay. Commissioner from the 8th has asked for a point of personal privilege.
I hear a lot of the same people offering suggestions up here. And I continue to see the same people continue to vote no for whatever is suggested or put on this floor. I think that it's very apparent of what is taking place here. I think that some are posturing for future political offices, and that's fine. That is the job. We're in politics. Mm-hmm. Some of us are up here actually trying to work for the people. Some of us are trying to look out for the taxpayers. Some of us are trying to look out for these employees. I don't think there is a single person on this dais that wants to send anybody home without a job. But if we're going to make a political spectacle out of this, I think we need to start shining a light. And I think the light is already on. I think people are very open watching what's happening up here. You've got people offering solutions, suggestions, possibilities even, thinking outside the box, even pressing back on staff quite a bit. and others are very, very quiet. Mayor, I think it's time for either us to recess until January, because obviously the work of the people is not going to get done here because of the division up here. Some of us taking days off of work to be here. I'm impressed that we've all stayed here all day. That is pretty good. That's progress. The mayor? I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to wait for other solutions. Maybe there's something I haven't looked at.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 8th. The Mayor Pro Tem has presented a motion for the elimination of 100 jobs. Yes, sir.
If I could provide that information, I think you were waiting on that, Commissioner.
Well, what I would like for you to do is to pause on that, to find out the correct process on how we could move forward on the elimination of the positions as well as the furloughs to do it properly. I know everybody's about process, make sure we follow the right rules, so we're not going to get anywhere today, Madam Administrator. We done tried it 4 or 5 different times today, different votes has been done. Like my colleague from the A said, a lot of suggestions, a lot of ways of saving, but there was a lot more ways of spending or keeping, we're more worried about the NGOs than we are our own employees and this organization in itself. So I will, I guess, either a special called meeting or we'll see each other in January.
All right. The chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will echo what my colleague from the 2nd said earlier, is that I take this job very seriously as a county commissioner. It's sacrificial to a lot of degrees being up here behind this dais every Tuesday and having to dig through some of the things that we're proposed, that we're faced with. What I'll say is a lot of the solutions that we've been pushing for have largely gone unheard. And it's easy to start claiming that politics is the reason for it. But we've had conversations up here collectively and individually about how to get us to a better place here. The administrator has said it and everything else, that we have to have our revenues increase. But I cannot in good faith go back to my constituents and say, yeah, we're going to increase the sheriff's office, and I get the need for it. I support the need for it. But I can't in good faith go back and say we're going to increase that, but then turn around and also cut, and I said this plenty of times, cut programs to help keep kids out of the sheriff's office hands. If you want to call that politicking, call it politicking. I don't care. But the fact is, I have missed very few meetings this year. And I know for a fact that a lot of things that we are now faced with, this is not the first time we have had conversations about trying to solve them ahead of time. So to take this holier than thou mentality that we are the only ones trying to bring up suggestions and bring up solutions, it's unfortunate you would even take that route. But the point here is, we know what we got to do. But I can't in good faith go back to the kids in the district that I'm trying to help out and say, hey, yeah, go fend for yourself. And then also on the flip end say, we're going to send 100+ employees home. I mean, so I'm going to say it how I want to say it. And if I don't want to get up here and talk to exhaust, that's not because there's politics at play, Commissioner. The fact of the matter is, for the better part of a year, we have sat here and had these conversations about getting to this point, calling for mid-year budget reviews, calling for initiatives that will help us get to this point, even down to the NGO line. It was voted against. People said it was too much work. We were getting into the muck of things. Some of y'all were not even here Tuesday to Tuesday. So spare me. The fact of the matter is we can get to where we're trying to go without throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And it just doesn't seem like there's any room for compromise on some of the important things in the community. And then we still have to have the SPLOST conversation, which again is another increase to one area and a cut to other places. You may have the the will to go back and say, oh yeah, we're just gonna cut completely healthcare, we're gonna cut completely from youth and children's services, but I stand on the fact that I don't. So if you wanna lecture me or anybody else up here about that, go ahead and lecture. You'll be talking to yourself. The point is we can get there without playing these games, Commissioner.
Well, Mayor, now that we're...
All right. Thank you, Commissioner from the 1st. Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you for your enthusiasm, Commissioner.
Anytime, that's what I'm here for. Anytime you ask for it, I got it.
I'm sure you do.
Commissioner from the 8th.
But Commissioner, out of all that talking you just did, not once did I hear you put a motion on the floor.
Yes, you did. You voted against it.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
What did I vote against? What did I vote against?
You go back and look at the record, Commissioner.
Put a motion on the floor for this budget.
I am not going to go back and forth with you on something that I have proposed to this body a number of times, even during this budget session. I'm not going to go back and forth with you on it.
I voted for everything.
I put up a motion that would have saved us over $700,000 with the NGOs, and we voted against it and said, well, there's some that we might want to save too. So don't tell me that other folks are not up here trying to work on this. We talked on the phone about NGOs.
We did, and those exact NGOs showed up here with the exact words that you and I had a conversation about, that they had just so happened to have heard that we were discussing.
Don't tell me what others are not doing.
Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner from the 1st.
Vote your conscience and go home.
Madam Clerk.
Simple.
Madam Clerk. It doesn't appear that we're going to get anywhere today. So we're going to recess again. I will be in touch regarding either a special call meeting. Well, I will be in touch regarding a special call to resume this meeting.
Mr. Mayor, you need to recess to a time certain. You have to go ahead and announce the next meeting, the continuation of this meeting.
All right. Pull out your calendars. Pull out your calendars, please. Because we're looking at next Tuesday, which is that's the 9th.
And I hope the employees here, Mayor, in January, if we haven't come to a decision and none of us are able to come to work, it's not for lack of trying.
Commissioner from the 3rd, you mentioned that you won't be available on a call, be able to join a meeting even via phone?
No, sir, I will not be able to call in, nor will I be at the meeting on the 9th, Tuesday. I will not be here.
What about Monday?
I'll not be here the 8th. I'll be out of town the 8th and the 9th. I'll be back on the 10th.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, we can't just base it on just one person.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to coordinate so we can have a full quorum.
No, we're not focusing on one person. I was just saying so that we could have everybody here. If y'all are going to be out, please say it so everybody will know what days work.
We can move forward with December 9th without Commissioner Rice, or we can move forward with December 10th.
Can she call in?
She says she won't be accessible to a phone. Tuesday the 9th? Pardon me? Tuesday the 9th, 9 a.m., 10 a.m.? All right, Madam Clerk, I heard from the new commissioner from the 4th. Tuesday, December 9th, 9 a.m. We will reconvene.
I can
we will reconvene. We will recess this meeting to Tuesday, December the 9th, 9 a.m. Is there any, pardon me?
Tim is on vacation.
Tuesday, December 9th, 9 a.m.
What about the following week?
All right, the following week, let's look at the calendar for the following week. Just to be, the following week would be the 16th. Is everybody here on the 16th?
Yep.
Colleagues?
Yep.
Interim Director, are you back? Interim Director, we're back. Madam Administrator, your staff going to be here?
We're the 16th. Mr. Jackson, we're here on the 16th.
Madam Clerk, we're going to reconvene Tuesday, December 16th at 9 a.m.
You need a motion. You need to vote.
All right. Can someone?
I'll make
There's a motion by the Commissioner from the 5th. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice for Tuesday, December 16th, 9 a.m. to reconvene. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries 10-1 with Mr. Garrett voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This meeting is hereby recessed to Tuesday, December 16th, 9 a.m.